Hello. Hello. Just check if everything is all right. It looks like it. It looks like it. I'm actually getting Adventist World Radio in French 9515 from Madagascar relay with a good signal. There's also not super strong, but I think it's African Pathways Radio in English from Madagascar 11965 also. And hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of the live Shortwave show. We are here to talk about radio, shortwave radio. Yeah, that thing that still exists. A lot of people think, well, in 2020, I don't think in 2020 that shortwave radio exists. It still does, and there's still quite a lot to listen to. And we talk about all sorts of things. We sometimes go into the VHF, UHF range. We talk about, sometimes other subjects a little bit, but the main topic here is to talk about radio in general, and hope that you guys will have fun tonight. So, of course, we are twice a week on the air, live streaming, Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's 4 p.m. Pacific. That's 0 UTC. And we are Friday at 4 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. That's 20 UTC. And, of course, we talk about radio. We have a beautiful and fantastic Facebook group that you can join. And that group has the same name as this channel. Let me just share the link here. So the Facebook group, official SWL channel. Same name as the YouTube channel here. And what we do is we, of course, it's kind of an extension of this YouTube channel live show, if you want. We kind of talk about, radio, and there's a lot of people there that have a lot of fun sharing what they're listening to, pictures of the shack, and just playing fun, and sharing whatever they're listening to. Asking questions. I mean, it's a great place for that because we have wonderful people that answer the questions all the time. So if you like the group, or if you like what we do here, the live shows, you will have fun also with the group, because it's really a nice place. Wonderful people, it's like I always say that there's a lot of great people here on this live show, on this group. And it's the same. It's true for the Facebook group. A great gang of people that are there to help each other, and that's really, really a nice place. So here it goes. Posting the group on the chat room here. So don't forget that if you join the group, answer the questions. There's 2 radio questions, and you'll be in. And of course, it's like I said, a great place. It's a lot of fun to be here. You don't have to, to be alone all week, or when in between the live shows, because you can actually, share and exchange with others. I often post in what I listen to or things that I'm doing radio-wise also. So it's a really nice group to be. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I might have a little kind of rusty voice, feeling a little bit under the weather since yesterday afternoon. So I might be. I look like a little bit. I don't know. I feel kind of weird. So it's one of those times a year where you can catch a little cold, or it happens. But I'm here to have fun and entertain about a radio location, of course, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and hope that you will enjoy the show today. I need to check out my phone. That is okay. My phone is there, so I'll be checking out if anybody is in from the email, and we'll of course check that as soon as we check also the beautiful chat room that we have here with wonderful people also. So hope you enjoy the show today. We're going to talk a little bit about radios that I have in the past few weeks that I've received, and there's a lot of questions that I get about these radios, and people don't want to have my advice, and so I'm going to actually share my advice on the SDR Play RSPDX, on the Reticus TR608, and if you've seen my review, quite a radio, not necessarily in a nice way, and the ICOM SCR30 that I'm still kind of learning to work with in my very high RF environment. So slowly, it's my reviews of the both the RSPDX and ICOM R30 are coming up. A couple of you out there are saying, well, it's taking time for the reviews. Well, these are complex radios, and complex radios, you can't review that in testing it for 3 hours. You gotta test them for several days and even a couple of weeks to really share what you think. I'm taking notes as I'm using them, and I'm going to actually look at the notes while I'm doing the review, and there'll be very extensive reviews that with all of my personal comments and observations as I am using them. So that's why it takes a little more time than just testing it for like 2 hours. The Reticus TR608, I could do a review after only a few hours, because simple receiver and so many quirks and quarks that it's just crazy. But the more expensive and more complex radios, they take more time to actually review. So in Montreal, it's about, it's -2 according to my weather station. So that's about, 30 Fahrenheit, something like that, 28 Fahrenheit, -2 Celsius. Kind of a nice, beautiful day today. Actually, if you guys can see here, you can't really see it well, but here is my DX 398, sorry, which is the Radio Shack portable that I've been using today. Solar powered, because I've got solar panels that I put in the window while it was sunny this afternoon. And so I was actually listening to WRMI on 15770 with the Supreme Master TV programming, but using solar power. And it's so funny because they had a little bit of talk about solar power to save the planet. So I thought, well, I'm doing my bit. My radios are solar powered sometimes. So anyways, it was kind of just I saw the panels one day and I was like, oh, why not? It'd be cool to just power a radio with solar panels, and that's what I did. But the solar panels are really at the limit, so it works. But if the sun dims just a little bit, and that's what happened actually, around 2 p.m. ish. Some clouds slowly dimmed. The sun was still there, but it just dimmed a little bit. And the radio just shut off because there was not enough power for the radio. So, it has to be full sunlight to actually work because, they give out, I believe they give out, I have two of them. I put them in parallel. And I think in parallel they give out something like 400 milliamps. So 400 milliamps works well, but when the sun dims, it also dims the milliamps. So at some point it actually shuts down the radio. The panels together are giving I put a multimeter giving out 6.5 volts. The radio uses 6, so it's perfect, and having a lot of fun. Just for the heck of it. There's really nothing scientific. It's just having fun and playing around a little bit, like I was a kid. When I was a kid, one of the things I would always do when I was off, school days. One of my favorite things when I was actually a kid was when we had these big snowstorms and school was out. And I don't know why these particular days, because of course, let's face it, when you wake up in the morning that there's no school today, I was a really happy guy. I was like, oh yeah, no school today. But not that I hated school, but I don't know. The fact that you didn't have to go to school, that was kind of cool, And I don't know. On these days, I would always play around with stuff. I would be the guy that would, I'd have tons of little electronic parts everywhere. Here we have a store called Addison, which is very, very close to where I live, and I was living even closer back then to that store. I would often go there and buy all sorts of electronic things, and they would sell these circuit boards that you didn't know exactly what they did, but they sold them for the parts. So they were always a lot of them, and they were really cheap. Like you could have I remember coming home with a big circuit board with LED displays, numbers, these little rectangular LED numbers, red LEDs, and they would have tons of parts in them. And I would play around and try to power it up and see if I can do something with it. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But I would pick up so many things, and I had motors, and I would pick up, solar panels from everything that I'd see with a solar panel. And I mean, solar panels back then were kind of crappy compared to today's solar panels are actually more efficient. So back then it was more difficult, but, I would put solar panels together and try to power stuff, and I would have fun with that. And I guess, bringing out the solar panels and plugging your radio was kind of brings me back to when I was a kid, and playing around with electronics and stuff. So, it's just for the fun of it. And I actually posted a video of the Sangean the other day, solar-powered Sangean ATS 505. Somebody on the comments said, wow, this is so cool. It's for the fun of it. It's nothing, but it's kind of cool because at the same time, you're like, well, the sun is powering my radio. It's there's something cool about it, a lot of fun. So I would do things like that. And I remember also one of the things that I do remember of these snowstorm days when I had my first receiver, the Realistic DX100 right here. One of the things that I really, really loved for some reason, and today is still true, when we have big snowstorms, for some reason, there's something that I find cool. Staying home, watching the snowstorm by the window, and tuning around shortwave. And, listening into stations. And sometimes, you think about it and you're like, wow, I'm listening to, Radio Nacional Amazona in Brazil, where it's probably like, warm 30 degrees Celsius. And here we're in a big snowstorm. And there's something, weird about that. There's something, I don't know, it's something special. And I've always enjoyed, anyways, the experience of watching a snowstorm and listening to the radio. There's something about it. And, there's probably part of it is when there's a big snowstorm outside, you feel kind of, good being inside in the warm and, have a cup of coffee or something. And, one of the things I would do a lot back when I was younger was like having, hot chocolate. So you have hot chocolate, you're watching the snowstorm and listening to the radio. And I've got some really nice nice memories of these moments when I was younger. For those wondering, this is vodka 7-Up in orange juice. It is alcoholic. It is a adult beverage, but no beer this week because where I go to the groceries, I don't know, for some reason they're kind of out of a lot of the beer that I like. So I would have need to go to another grocery store further away to get beer that I like. And I thought, well, I still got some vodka in the freezer, so why not just make a drink at home, and that's it. So interesting things and kind of fun. To answer, a couple of you have actually asked me the question. I have answered the question on Wednesday, but I'll say it again. So some of you have noticed my video of Voice of Turkey 6125 04 to 0500 UT. And I said, is somebody jamming the Voice of Turkey? Because there was what sounded like jamming over it. And I had not, when I posted the video, I did not, for some reason, I just didn't realize that Radio Marti broadcasts up to 0400. And when I listened in the next day, I actually tuned 6125 at like 0355 instead of 04, waiting. But I noticed this really powerful Spanish station, which is Radio Marti. And Radio Marti is heavily jammed by Cuba. So what happens is that Radio Marti, so two things are annoying me on that frequency at night. First of all, there's Radio Marti that when they stop the voice transmission at 04, their transmitter keeps the carrier on for at least 3 or 4 minutes. You kind of miss a few minutes of Voice of Turkey because that carrier is still there. So that's the first big annoyance. But the annoyance, depending on the days, because it's not always equal, the jamming from Cuba isn't always the same level here. So some days, the jamming from Cuba, of course, doesn't stop at 0400. They just leave it on, I guess. So at 04, when the carrier from Radio Marti shuts off, well, you get that beautiful jamming from Cuba. So one night, it was really strong, and I just couldn't listen to Voice of Turkey. A few nights, Voice of Turkey was overpowering it. You could listen to the program, but you could hear in the background the noise that Cuba was sending out. So, some of these annoyances, I mean, they could be jamming a little better. If they want to jam, just, why don't you switch it off when Radio Marti's gone? Anyways, like I was listening to Glenn Hauser's World of Radio today, his latest edition, and one of the funniest thing was every week he has this little rant at something's always wrong at Radio Havana, Cuba, and absolutely there's always something just not right there. So anyways, it's part of shortwave experience and what's happening out there in the world. Okay, in the chat room we have Randy, Riverside, California. Nice to have you here. Matt, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Mark Cope from Dallas, Texas. Bobby Burgess from Morgan City, Louisiana, USA. W85107 SWL. John W. from East Tennessee. Nice to have you here. Scott Branson, nice to have you on board from North Carolina. KD4NZJ. Cyberflyer1 from the UK. Jeff Williams from Cornwall. Nice to have you here. Sheldon Harvey. Nice to have you on board from Greenfield Park. I would choose San Francisco for Super Bowl Sunday. I haven't decided yet what I am going to do on that night, because I usually go with my brothers, but this year I I guess I'll be maybe at I'll be with some friends at some kind of sports bars downtown and watch it from there. KC9KUH, nice to have you here. Jack Black, nice to have you on board from the Irish Republic. Nick Amendout, nice to have you here from Romania. Thanks for the gifts of the radio magazines. Really, really cool. Thank you so much. Matt Mbale, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Jerry DX, hello there, my friend. How are you? NL13851 from the Netherlands. Nice to have you here. PLF Radio, bonjour et bienvenue de la France. C'est toujours un immense plaisir de vous avoir parmi nous. Calvin, nice to have you here. JD Williamson, nice to have you on board. Prasad, nice to have you on board, my friend. It's pretty late at night for you to be here today, but nice to have you here, my friend. And Calvin is going to listen along while driving home. René Charbonnier, nice to have you on board from the Netherlands. Charlie, W8CFO, nice to have you on board from Columbus, Ohio. Matt says, hey, it's the Wednesday setup today. Yeah, well, I started to want to set up on the other side. And Paul the cat is sleeping in the big chair over there. So I'm like, okay, what do I do? How do I set up? And I thought, I'm going to leave it like that, and I'm going to use this setup anyways. So, you know. Unpopcom, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Hold Radio Man, nice to have you here from Northeast Tennessee. Lynn Crosby, nice to have you here from Maine. Page Master, nice to have you here. KC5VOY, WA5136SWL. And he says meow to Mr. Paul and Elizabeth. Let's just check for a second here. The phone's here. I'm just going to... okay. I'm going to check here if... because I haven't had the chance to check the email. So, yes, indeed. Elizabeth saying hello. So, hello there, Elizabeth. She says she's ready for the live show. And so that's what we have in the email here. So pretty cool to have Elizabeth here. Michael Pretzel, nice to have you here from Hanover, Germany. And by the way, Elizabeth is in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Mika Delmage, nice to have you on board. Yep, Wednesday show backdrop. I have to switch the curtains. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. William Moser, nice to have you here. Trond, nice to have you here from Norway. Dexfar74 from Germany. Francisco Quintero, nice to have you here from Brazil. As Page Master says, please remember to keep the chat friendly and clean. 45 unit. Sorry, guys. I guess that's a little bit of my cold here. 45 unit, nice to have you here. 76 degrees in Florida. That's perfect weather, perfect temperature for radio. Enjoying a cup of chock full of nuts coffee. I'd taste that. Sounds good. Keegan, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. We have... Matambali says solar sunspot number 11, SolarFlex 74. SolarFlex has been maintaining itself at 74, 75-ish for the past week, and it actually shows on the bands. The bands have been amazing this week. PLF Radio, on the Reticus YouTube channel, there is no demonstration of shortwave reception. Odd, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder why. Sirio Nuelo, did I lose weight? Yes, I am in the, my New Year's resolution of every year, losing weight. So I am, of course, it's the first month, so I'm still holding on. But I have lost about 10 pounds in the past month. Hopefully, we'll continue trying to lose at least 10 or 15 more. And especially the belly. It's the big belly that I want to lose because it's getting too big now. So that's also another reason why, I kind of enjoy this because I'm using Diet 7-Up in my drink. So this drink is actually a lot less calories than having a beer. So that's also the good thing about drinking this rather than drinking a beer. So I'm trying, I got a mix of being careful what I eat, and except when I hate Pizza Hut this week, and also some exercise. So I started doing a lot of exercise. The exercise isn't really because it's more what you eat that for losing weight. The exercise is more because I want to kind of get in shape again because I used to do 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers of biking every summer, and that for like 25 years. So that would keep me in amazing shape. And in the past year, I didn't do any biking, and I didn't do a lot of exercise. And as you get older, one of the things that you need is to keep moving and keep doing exercise to stay in shape because listening to the radio and doing YouTube videos is far from being the perfect thing to actually get in shape, honestly. Keegan is using his Ethon Edition Field BT radio, internal antenna. Larry, nice to have you here from Georgia, 39 and rain. Dave Todd, nice to have you here from Niagara, Ontario. Pretty cool. Levi Nathan, nice to have you on board from Israel. Rick, W8PRR, nice to have you on board from Western Ohio. Matambale has 11930, Radio Marti via Greenville. Bodacious speaking near 30S9. I don't know how much power they pump out of that, but one of the things that always amazes me is how strong Radio Marti is all the time on all its frequencies. I mean, 6125 is the strongest signal of the 49-meter band at night. Matt as Voice of America French. Let's check it out here. 11900. Yeah, coming in here too. S7, S8. About S7 or S8. On this on the SDR the RSPDX SDR and MLA30 loop antenna. For those that wonder what I'm using a software defined receiver, which is the SDR Play RSPDX, and my antenna outdoors is a Chinese MLA30 loop antenna. Cree Brian, nice to have you here from Germany. MT Silver Star, nice to have you here from Montana, KF7BQ. Hope you are doing well, my friend. Dino Blois, nice to have you here, Dino, from Miami. World Radio 234, nice to have you here. I guess from Texas. James de Calais, bonjour et bienvenue du nord de la France. Always nice to have you here. Received a second MLA30. Replaced the old power injector with a new one, and now it's working again. The old power injector was faulty and made lots of noise. Interesting. Hey, J. Jolie. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Donde, Mexico. Jill, the YouTuber, and all of you radio fans all over the world. Nice to have you here, J. Jolie. Of course, I am missing my Sunday bud that I have beer with at the bar. But I'm sure you're much better in Mexico than you are here in the cold Montreal weather. Cree Brian, the more I see people talking about him, the more I understand that the Baofeng radios, they are cheap in price, and they are lacking in performance from what I've seen from a lot of people. I guess, it all has to do with what performance versus price are you actually hoping for? Because sometimes one of the things you gotta know is that you might be happy with a cheap radio if your expectations are not too high. I mean, they do work, but most people that seem to own them seem to say, if you want to buy something, maybe for a little more money, you'd get better performance with other receivers and transceivers. Keegan has 11900, Voice of America French to the noise, fading at times. Matambale has 12075, better than 11900. Let's try it out here. 12075. Here, 12075 is not making it. I think they're signing off. I hear the Yankee Doodle. 11900. Next for 74 cheers. Nice to have you here. Larry says moonshine and sweet tea. Cool. Rec, nice to have you here from Turkey. Matambali has some FT8 on 18100. Mark Alfred, nice to have you here. Matt says the funny thing about the complaining about Cuba interfering with Turkey is that Turkey sometimes interfere with mighty KBC. Yeah, that also is something that happens. Turkey has this this weird thing, because we can, I totally agree, because we can, of course, rant against Voice of Turkey. It happens so many times that they don't switch off the transmitter after, when they should. So, absolutely, sometimes Turkey does interfere with KBC because they didn't actually shut down the transmitter. And it happens on multiple frequencies. And, of course, the other rant you can have is sometimes they come on late. So you're there at for example, at 0400, and they just switch on at 0415, and you're like, okay, did somebody forget to switch it on or something? Somebody was sleeping. Jean-Marc Litz, nice to have you here. Kevin J. Napalo, nice to have you on board. Says good anti-talkies, but difficult to program manually. Purchase or borrow software. Your local ham club would be a good resource. So that's what he says. That is probably the biggest complaint I've seen from the Baofeng. The difficulty in programming the radio. Clark Gilson, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Dieu Diesel. Tony Tremblay de Montréal. Nice to have you here, my friend. Wizard of Oz. Nice to have you here, Huzzy. KC9TVN from Wisconsin. Nick Hammond. Well, I'm happy to be here for the shows. Very interesting magazines, by the way. I've been looking at them. Talking of magazines, if you guys are subscribed to the Spectrum Monitor, the February edition of the Spectrum Monitor is now available since yesterday. So check it out. You can, you probably got that email from the Spectrum Monitor's February edition. It is out. I haven't had a chance to take a peek at it yet. I have a really big week, actually. I have such a big week that I've been compressed at doing a lot of things. And so even my Messenger utility column is about halfway done. I'm going to try to actually make the column tonight to send to you, Sheldon. So you'll have it tonight or tomorrow afternoon at the latest. But I'm going to try to, tonight is going to be work on the utility column. And by the way, you were talking also about the technical topics of the Messenger. Not this month, not for February, but for March, I might have something. I was thinking about an article that I could be doing for that technical topics side of things. That would have to do a little bit with SDRs and software-defined receivers, and you know, trying to keep the noise down with some types of cables and IDs and stuff. So that would be for the March edition. I'll try to. I've started jotting down the typical IDs for it. 45 unit, yeah, the cat rules the shack, absolutely. I got to choose where I sit because of my cat. Shelly, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Brent, nice to have you here from Brockville, Ontario, Canada. Matambali says hello, Elizabeth. Keegan says hello, Elizabeth. And what do we have? Paul Knight, nice to have you here from Salamanca, New York. Finally got his RSPDX. He loves it. What happened to the SDR behind you? I liked it better. What happened to the SDR behind me? Oh, you mean the screen with the SDR? It's just I'm on the other side of the, because the SDR is on the other side of the room. Normally I do the show on Friday from that side of the room, but we might actually switch if I see Paul waking up or something. What I might do is quickly switch during the show. You guys will have a fun moment where I will move from one side to the other. Actually, something is coming up very soon here, because I've been waiting, because we're rearranging the house here, and so when all is done and that the living room, everything in the living room is okay, and fresh paint, I'm getting a 70-inch TV for the living room, because the 50-inch that I have, I find it way too small. Yeah, I know I'm complaining about 50-inch TV, but that 50-inch TV will actually come here. So we'll have a 32-inch Sony on the outside, and we'll have the 50-inch Toshiba here. And I was thinking that what could be fun is have the RSPDX on one side and the RSP1A on the other side. I think that would be kind of cool. So I'd have the two, because right now the RSP1A is not being used. And one of the things that I thought is, well, I want to use it. I don't want that to stay there doing nothing. Well, with having two screens here, then one will have the RSPDX and one will have the RSP1A. And what I thought is maybe put the RSPDX on the bigger screen and the RSP1A on the smaller screen. So I'll be dedicating another laptop that I have here into the RSP1A. So that's going to be very computerized, I guess. So that's for sure. Also, I am trying to put my ICOM ICR8500 on the global tuners, but there's a weird glitch happening with the desktop PC. When I use the serial to USB adapter for controlling the ICOM on all my computers, it works fine. I have zero problems. But for some reason, the USB to serial adapter on the desktop HP makes the Windows crash. So every few minutes, actually what happens is that the computer comes like real slow, and the radio you can't control the radio anymore. And I was thinking that would be the nice setup, the desktop computer that I am using for the radio, and put it on global tuners. Problem is it always freezes. So I'm kind of at plan B right now. Maybe dedicating another laptop. So I've got two laptops here that are totally unused. Two Toshiba laptops. So I was thinking maybe I could use the older Toshiba laptop, because controlling the ICOM doesn't take a lot of power. So I could use the older laptop, the one that's like 10 years old, dedicate that to controlling the ICOM and having it on global tuners. And the more modern Toshiba here, which is maybe 6 years old, that would probably have the RSP1A on it. And so I know You know, I can see some people saying, well, the guy's got, tons of radios and laptops. What are you complaining about? So anyways, it's all in the works. But don't be surprised if, my guess, maybe in a month, 50-inch TV will be here. Kevin Wood, nice to have you here from Nova Scotia. The Vaults, nice to have you on board. And yes, the RSPDX supports HDR mode. Absolutely. So I will be trying a lot of little things with that. And one of them is to try the HDR mode with 2 MLA30s. I think that could be kind of interesting to see the results. But I will absolutely support HDR. Tony Turtle, nice to have you here from Michigan, and the Vaults is in Latvia. Tim Robinson, nice to have you here, my friend. Hope you are well. And he's mentioning beer. Yeah, not bad. Feeling a little bit under the weather, but it's okay. Rob, nice to have you on board from Phoenix, Arizona. Says hello to Elizabeth. Matambali has 17144.5 NMG fax from New Orleans. Cool. DE2 TRF 40 meter band CW 7065. It says there's 60100. Wow, where's that from? Jay Jolie, of course. Nice to have everybody here. Sidvic, nice to have you on board. JD Williamson says, instead of Baofeng, take a look at Anytone. I read better reviews from that brand. So, who has tried the Belka DSP receiver? Anybody? Anybody? Pagemaster says, it's been 1 year since I sent my reception report to Voice of Vietnam. Still have not received a response. Maybe do a follow-up, Pagemaster. What I've noticed, one of the funniest thing about Voice of Vietnam that I actually had over the years, I remember writing to Voice of Vietnam once, and I had not received any response. And I guess I had written maybe in like February or March. So never had a QSL card, never had nothing. And then the end of the year arrives, and around Christmas, I get a Happy New Year card from Voice of Vietnam. And I'm like, okay, I guess they received my letter since they're sending me a Happy New Year card. Maybe the QSL got lost in the mail somewhere. But anyways, try a follow-up. It's the mail to Voice of Vietnam seems to be a little, especially when they're sending stuff. So try another reception report, because they usually answer. Creebrine just needs something cheap to use as Freenet PMR transceiver, and listen to IAD, the International Space Station, and local ham relays. William Helms, nice to have you here from your brother's truck in Florida. Look at the road. Don't look at the screen. Joe Redman, nice to have you here from Chicago area. Andy Coley, nice to have you on board from the UK. Creep Brian says, do you think it would be more fair if radio stations sent you a confirmation if they accepted or denied your reception report? Well, they usually answer back. If your reception report is wrong, they usually answer back and say, we're sorry, but we can't. One of them was Radio Japan. I actually filled out the Radio Japan forum on their website for the French transmission, and I got back at somebody at ACJB saying, we're sorry, but we don't issue QSL cards for a program that is not made by our station. And it's like, what? Not HTJB, Radio Japan. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? What are you saying? And then I got another one, and then the other reply I got was, we don't issue QSL cards for reception reports on the form in this website. Okay. Why? Why is it weird like that? Jay Jolie, I don't have a cold and am in the pool watching you. Watching from the pool. Huh? Lucky bum. Having a beer in my honor. Well, hey, cheers. Vodka, 7-Up, orange juice. Joe, nice to have you here, my friend. Wizard of Oz says, hello, Elizabeth. Matt says, Radio Nacional Amazonas week 11780 in Denver. Yeah, it's a little early for them. Let me just check here. 11780. Oh, it's pretty good here. It's actually pretty good here. So 11780, Radio Nacional de Amazonas. Nathan says you need a big TV for the Super Bowl. Absolutely. I remember actually, because my TV, my 50-inch TV in the living room is, 5 years old maybe? And I remember I had purchased it in January and actually had that, I started having the Super Bowl tradition of meeting with friends and family for the Super Bowl when I got that TV. Before that, I would not do that, And when I got that TV, I thought, you know what? Let's make a Super Bowl event, and that's when it started. And every year we had, friends and family over for the Super Bowl. Then it moved to my brother's place because my brother has a hard time moving around because he's he's got a lot of difficulty with his knees, and since here you gotta walk up 3 stories, it's like if he's halfway through and it takes half an hour just to come up here. So we changed to his place for that. Great, Brian. Speaking of reception reports, sending a video so accepted as a confirmation. Not every station will like that. For example, a Radio Argentina al Exterior, if you listen to them, they actually require you to have a recording or a video. So you can send them a link of a video if you want. They want that. But a lot of stations, there's a lot of stations that might not accept that as the official confirmation. So better be prepared and do the reception report. And then put the link of the video if you have a video of it. But sometimes they do require more than just the video. Joe says TV prices has dropped. Yeah, well, the 70-inch Samsung that I've been looking at is something like $1,200, which is actually not that bad of a price for a 70-inch TV. And it's of course it's a smart TV. They're all smart TV. It's 4K and everything, and that's mostly what is important to me. It has a very good number of HDMI ports on it. Because one of the biggest problems of all the TVs is, man, they are cheap on the number of HDMI ports. And, I end up buying HDMI, hubs to plug more stuff. And it drives me crazy. But that one has 5 HDMI ports on it, which is probably going to be okay. I've got a lot of stuff here. I got a computer plugged on it. I got a Chromecast. I've got a couple of game consoles. I've got I've got I'll fill up the 5 ports for sure. I've got the cable TV box, which is also HDMI but very crappy. I might probably ask the cable company if I could switch it with some other more modern box, because man, I hate that box. It's crazy, and it's a free rental from the cable company. But man, I hate all the cable companies. I don't know why. Their box is always very crappy and the interface is always like the worst in the world, why can't they have decent design for these darn boxes, you know? Tony Turtle, what if a pirate was able to hack the bowl game's televised broadcast? You never know. It happened that there was some stuff happening and that somebody somewhere was kind of hacking through a live event. Oleg, nice to have you here from Romania. Rodelva65 from New York City. Nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Gree Brian recorded about 10 minutes of video on his PL380 receiving WRMI about a week ago. Dexfar74, is it worth switching from RSP Pro to RSPDX? Depends what you listen to. Right now, as my testing continues for the RSPDX, shortwave and UHF, VHF wise, I see very little difference in performance, and meaning that both are amazing. So, you know, I want to post a video of my recommendations of which one should you choose if you would like to have an SDR play device. One of the first things I want to say again and again, okay? If you are getting into software-defined receivers, you know, I've started using quite a few. I tested the RTL SDR version 3, and there's a lot of, you know, things with up converters out there and so on. All I got to say is forget that. If you are serious about getting into software-defined receiver, jump directly to at least the SDR Play RSP1A. For the price that it's sold, you're already jumping into the big leagues with an amazing radio. It's an amazing SDR, and I mean, you won't want to buy necessarily anything else, because you'll immediately have a good SDR that is very, very amazing. I got to start making some of the SDR Uno software videos because I love the software. I am sold at SDR Uno now, but also that means that even though I'm sold at SDR Uno, it's a learning curve. You need to learn how to use it compared to certain other software. So that's my first recommendation. Now, if you have one SDR Play device already, what the RSPDX offers, so if you have an RSP1A, the RSPDX, first of all, will offer... Sorry, guys. If you have an RSP1A, the RSPDX offers multiple antenna inputs. And that's good because you'll be able to plug in more than one antenna at once, and you can switch them in the software, which is really nice. So that's an upgrade for that reason. And where you would change from an RSP1A or RSP Pro or Pro 2 or whatever to a RSPDX is the improved performance below 2 megahertz. I haven't tested that yet, and that's what I will probably be doing tomorrow, Saturday, as I continue testing the devices, is compare my RSP1A on medium wave and then the RSPDX on medium wave. From what I've seen from a lot of people that are medium wave and long wave DXers, there is a huge improvement in the RSPDX. So that means that for that reason, if you're a medium wave, long wave DXer, it seems that it's totally worth getting the RSPDX for that improved improved performance. And of course, it supports HDR. So there's a lot of little things that are interesting on the RSPDX. So that's pretty much what I would have to say. Chimbali, Mr. Bale, nice to have you here, my friend. The Collie drive update rollback your driver for USB. Well, there was no update on the driver or anything for the USB. It's the same driver on every machine. Exactly. There's only one. There's something weird about it. What else do we have? Matt says, I'm sure such a thing is possible, but one has to ask why they would and what impact they would hope it results in when doing such a thing. I can see it happening when social media is easier to manipulate. Yeah, you know. There was a story when I was actually doing a lot of tech jobs sometime in, I guess it was like in the year 2000s at some point. One story that never came out, really, we didn't hear a lot about, but I had read about it, was the fact that there was a group of hackers that were that actually told the Super Bowl organization that it would be really sad if their website went down while the Super Bowl was happening. And they actually were able to do DDoS, denial of service attacks, in such a huge way that they actually did a demonstration just to tell them, look, your website is down. And what not a lot of people knew is that to make sure it doesn't happen during the Super Bowl, they actually paid a ransom, which was something like $200,000 or $300,000. But they said, it was better to pay $300,000 than lose millions of dollars because our website's down during the Super Bowl. That says, got the RSP2 Pro and DX both. I haven't had much opportunity to do a head-to-head compare. But the trouble is that you can use only one SDR Uno with the RSPDX. And I want to use HD SDR because HD SDR is better noise blocking and filtering, among some other advantages. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the RSPDX is actually very dedicated to the SDR Uno software. Huh. Ron Hicks, KM4LDI. Got 2 more Curacao cards today. Cool. Or yesterday. Always fun. That reminds me of my good old days of getting QSL cards when I was young. Matt Keegan has 15140 radio Havana, Cuba. 15140. Yeah, it's here about S5, S6. Not super strong, but it's there. Bobby, any plans of going back to Basel real soon? Well, I went there last Saturday night with some friends that I haven't seen in ages and sang a few songs. I was there last Saturday. I don't know when I'll be going back next time. Matt has Radio Guinea, barely audible in 650. Let's check it out. Radio Guinea. Yeah, it's actually not too bad here. It's actually stronger than I've heard it in a while here. 9650 Radio Guinea. There's some music right now. It's S9 plus 10 here. It's actually surprising. It seems to have better modulation than when they have usually. Ron Hicks, I'm not a football fan, but the Super Bowl is like an event. I like to see, it's we eat and we watch the game, and it's kind of, a gathering, and I always like to see the halftime show. It's always kind of interesting. Jack Black, have you ever heard PC with onboard RSP 1? No. René Paquin, nice to have you on board from Elmira, Ontario. Nice to have you here. Joe says 3 stories up, great for a sloper. That's what I have in the backyard, a sloper. That's why I have a sloper. I got an 80 feet sloper in the backyard. Ron Hicks, I still do the traditional handwritten reception report with program details, frequency, time, and UTC, along with a self-addressed stamped envelope. Matambali says HD SDR lists RSPDX as a supported device. Interesting. Keegan says his dad, W9JF, got a 32-inch HD TV for $400 in June 2009. Still works well. Catalin Al, nice to have you here. Kevin WS2H, credit card and uses YouTube TV. Yeah, well, honestly, I almost watch only stuff on... I watch only stuff pretty much on the internet, pretty much in a week. What else we have? Winter Radio has the receiver inside on the PCI board. Oh yeah, the Winter Radios. Winter Radios, yeah. Gaëtan Bellil, bonjour et bienvenue. Nice to have you here. But they do have PLF Radio, just send an email. It's about your video, about shortwave listening locations. Just check it out here. So he says, I have a remark about your last video. It was about the location of the radio while listening to the radio. He said, sorry guys, you have FM breakthrough because you live in a high density city. Me too, I live in a high density city, but I have no FM breakthrough because in Lyon, France, the FM transmitter power is not as high as in Montreal, according to my research on fmscan.org. But I noticed something else you mentioned in your video. Being in the countryside, you may have better shortwave reception than in big cities. Have you noticed that too? Have you been in the countryside with your radios? Does it mean there are less noise in the countryside, or is it something else? It's exactly, when I go to Perry Island, it's a perfect example. When you go to the countryside, what happens is the density of population is not the same. So here we got neighbors. I got neighbors everywhere. You go in the countryside, you immediately have a lot less density of people. You have a lot less of electronic stuff around you. And of course, if you go to a small town or if you go in the forest, particularly, the biggest advantage, what happens really is that the noise level goes down. So when I go to Perry Island, for example, even though the houses are not that far away, I mean, just across the river, there are houses. It's very quiet compared to here. And what happens is that is the reason why the reception is better. The signal level in the city for a shortwave station is the same as in the countryside. But the noise floor isn't the same. Here, I've got a lot more noise for the same signal. So it washes it out. So, for example, a great example that is always the case every time I go there, 15400, when I listen to the BBC from Ascension Islands, 15400 here in Montreal is a difficult catch. It is barely above the noise floor. But I go to Perry Island, and it's easy to listen to. The signal isn't stronger. So in the countryside, the signal isn't stronger either. You know, I used to do listening in a place up north that, the place where I would go to didn't have electricity. It was a shack, basically a shack in front of a lake in the middle of nowhere. And that place was amazing for shortwave because you can't, there's absolutely zero interference from anything. No electricity in the shack means no electronics. Neighbor was like 3-4 kilometers away, the closest neighbor. It's radio heaven because there's really no noise. You could put 300 feet of wire there and you're not picking up any noise, but you're picking up an amazing amount of signals. It's simply the noise floor. Simply the noise floor. If we could remove that noise from big cities, like in the middle of the forest, we would have amazing reception. The signals aren't stronger. It's just that the noise floor is down. There's less noise. And that actually makes it better. One of the other problems here, so you've noticed on the, because somebody one day went to that map, because they couldn't believe that I had so much FM breakthrough, and they actually noticed how strong FM signals are here in Montreal. And I mean, we've got some really powerful FM radio stations. So here, just to give you an idea, if you want to listen to FM radio, okay, just listening to FM radio, you need a good receiver because FM radios overload everywhere here. And a great example is that on FM, there's that little telescopic antenna in radios. I never extend that antenna. Never, ever, ever, ever. If I want to kill reception of FM in my receivers, I just extend that antenna, and I tell you, half of the FM stations aren't even making because it's a big mishmash of, 6 FM stations at the same place. It's just crazy here. So listening to FM, I never extend the antenna. I don't need to. Everything comes in without having to use the antennas. So, imagine with such a high RF environment. Imagine how here my receivers, when I test a radio for shortwave reception, I mean, it's put to the test because it's in a tough environment. And if it works well and it behaves well, I can tell you, you've got a really good radio. Simon Templar, nice to have you here, my friend. Matt, pirate reported on FAR 090 USB. Let's check that out. 4090. Yeah, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it right now with some music. 4090, upper sideband. There's a pirate station. I am hearing it here. Seems to be a lot of activity also on 80 meters. Wow. So 4090, pirate station. And I'm actually hearing the music right now. Jim, nice to have you here from Rhode Island. Trimbali, Mr. Bell remembers when the power went out during the Super Bowl years ago. I was on a bus with a small AM/FM radio with a splitter in the headphone jack. Gaetan Belil, you all know that I am new to this listening field. I'm happy to have received my MLA30 antenna a few minutes ago. Can't wait to plug it in and test. Cool. You're gonna have fun with that, Gaetan. You're really gonna have fun with that. Take care, Creep Brian. Kimberly in California, K6YYL. Nice to have you here. Dave Bilal, nice to have you here from New Hampshire, WA1UJA. V3KRP, nice to have you here. Fast Eddie in Thunder Bay, Ontario. So Vault says time to move to northern provinces. Yeah, I need to move in the far north, far from everything, including civilization. G. Lee, nice to have you on board from Fresno, California. Just ordered some ferrite torids. Hope they will further reduce the noise floor. Cool. Brett Wayne, Salamanca, New York. Nice to have you here. KC2NXP. Pretty cool to have on board. J.D. Williamson, have you ever tried a QRM eliminator like X-Phase, for instance? I've never tried these things. I've seen a lot of mixed results. Some people say, well, nah, it doesn't work. I don't know. I would gladly test one if I had one. Just see if, I don't know. Stephen Wood, nice to have you here. 4090 Pirate Round right now. IDs as Radio Free USA. Here he's in Cape Cod with a good signal and upper sideband. So I'm hearing it here. So Radio Free USA. Pretty cool. Lee Burkett, nice to have you here, Lee. How you doing? Not bad. A little under the weather, but not bad. My webpage is doing great. Lee Burkett Shortwave Radio. You're always welcome. Check that out. PLF Radio, just for the info here on the FM band, in terms of frequencies, is full of stations. There are no holes in the band. We're pretty much full of stations here too. I think there's just one frequency left. For here, there was a huge. People complain because there was a station that wanted to use what is apparently one of the last frequencies available on FM, which is 107.9. And 107.9 has something very, very particular here in Montreal, is that there's a station in Vermont, and the VPR station, Vermont Public Radio. And they are on 107.9, and actually, the way they broadcast and they know that they have an audience here in Montreal, and I'm one of those. I enjoy listening to VPR on 107.9. It's if I listen to FM, I would say most of the time, 90% of the time, if I listen to something on FM, it's because I'm listening to 107.9. The VPR station in Vermont. And actually they get, because they do fund drives to have money to keep the operations going. And actually they get a lot of money coming from people here in Montreal. And so when they started talking about a station wanting to license 107.9 in Montreal, well, a lot of people complained. They said, well, we're going to lose reception of VPR. And, but, you know, at the same time, here in Canada, you know, 107.9 is available. And if a station ever goes there, they're going to go. They don't really care that we're listening to a station in Vermont. But I remember that there was a lot of people that were actually complaining about that. It's like, well, we're gonna lose reception. You know, take care, Prasad. See you next Wednesday. Catalan ordered the Texan AN48X. I hope that replacing the long, lossy wire with some good coax will improve reception on shortwave. It won't, Catalan, and I don't want to be negative about that. But the big problem isn't just that. It's that it just the amplifier part of it. Because what I did, okay, I actually used it a few times by rolling that very long wire into a more tight little loop so that it has less of a wire length, if you want. And I've and positioned it in a way that it's going to kind of have the least interference. And honestly, it's the amplifier itself that is kind of not working very well, honestly. You know, anybody that has that wants to buy a loop antenna, I just say go directly to the MLA30, because the AN48X Here in this case, here it's 26. It was $27 US dollars plus $6 shipping. That's 33 US dollars. And for 44 US dollars shipping included, you get an MLA 30. So anybody that says, I want to have a loop, go to the MLA 30. The MLA 30 has also another amazing thing is that you don't need to tune it. The AN48X, you got to tune it with that little box. It gets kind of annoying at some point. I don't want to bring you down there, Catalan. And of course, you got to deal with the fact that the AN48X is used here. Once again, I'm at a very high RF environment. Maybe it works better in some other environments, but unfortunately, I can't really, But for medium wave, I was very pleasantly surprised. And one of the things and videos that are coming up is comparing it with the AN200, which is a passive loop. Is it better than the passive loop? That's going to be interesting to check out. Dr. Sisop, nice to have you here, says, tried this new K605 tiny mini AM FM shortwave from Walmart from under $20. Man, it sucks. Do not get it. Blaze through on FM is everywhere. That's often a problem in very cheap radios. Often a problem. So, aircraft band is 108 megahertz and up. 108 to 136. Dave says we have 107.9 FM in Melton, Ontario here. So, PageMaster did email Voice of Vietnam. Keegan can receive 4 NPR stations. 89.5 KWGS, Tulsa, Oklahoma. 89.9 KRPS, Pittsburgh, Kansas. 91.3 KUAF, Fayetteville, Arkansas. And 107.5 KOSN, Ketchum, Oklahoma. Cool. PLF Radio. I'm wondering how they can sell a radio with so much issues like the Reticus you reviewed. I saw also the review on Shortwave Listening Post. It's called I Want to Sell and Make Money. And I don't care about what I'm selling. That's pretty much it, It is sad because, look at that. It is a nice, really nice looking radio. It's really a nice looking radio. Honestly, that thing is a beautiful looking radio. But, the first quirk that I still am amazed at is when I inserted the battery and you could see that one of the batteries is a little higher over here. This battery over here is a little bumped up because I can't have it fit in it. It doesn't enter. I would have to force it in with a screwdriver or a knife. I'm afraid to break the radio, and it actually works like that. So, but come on. You put batteries, and the first thing that happens is, oh wow, the battery doesn't fit. Come on. Just that, it tells you, wow, okay, you didn't put a lot of effort in this thing. And somebody said, well, maybe you've got one that's it's not well made. No, I read reviews online, and at least 3 or 4 reviews, the first thing that he mentions is, well, I try to put the batteries in, but they don't fit, and the last battery doesn't fit, because the 2 here at the bottom, they fit, but the one here at the top doesn't fit. And it's a common problem of the Reticus TR608, unfortunately. The battery doesn't fit. So, come on. This thing isn't cheap, actually. If you look at the price that they sell it in Canadian dollars, I did pay 50 Canadian dollars for this. And for 50 Canadian dollars, I've got quite a few radios here that cost that are amazing performers. So, for me, there's no excuse, because at the price that they're asking, that there's no excuse here, you know. I even thought about, you know, what should I do? Should I actually, you know, send it back and say this thing is crappy? But then again, if I send it back, it's so complicated. You know, on eBay, and you're gonna start sending something back is you know, probably what is the worst experience on eBay is that. You know, sending something back. You know, when you buy on Amazon, well, you tell them I don't like it, and there's a way of sending it back, and it's not a problem. But on eBay, it's not the same thing. You know, trying to send this back to China is like, you know what? Forget it. I'm gonna keep it, and I just got, you know, I just lost $50 in a cheap radio. But I honestly didn't lose $50 in the sense that I reviewed it, and you guys now know that, you know, not to buy it. So I took the risk for you guys. That's one of the things that I actually want to do also on this channel is, well, I'll buy that thing, and I'll let you know how it goes. And, you know, but all the weird quirks in here are just weird. I mean, the first one, which is, I think, one of the funniest, is in the manual, they don't tell you that, you know, how to switch the 9-10 kilohertz spacing on AM. Because here in North America, we're at 10. In Europe, there's 9. Its default is 9. But you have no instructions. How the hell do you do that? Oh, well, it's obvious. You got to hold the band button for a few seconds with the radio off, and it's going to tell you in the display, oh, look at that. I just switched to 9. Now it's at 9 kilohertz. You know? Or I'm going to hold it again for a few seconds, and I'm going to switch to 10. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Why is that not explained in the manual exactly? I mean, it's not like the radio doesn't do it. It actually does. And the other quirk that is so weird. Look at that. The volume is always like, you know, at 19. You gotta actually, the first thing you gotta do when you turn it on is actually lower the volume because it's already at 19. And even if you put the volume, like, you know, right now it's at 5. So I put the volume at 5. Look at that. Maybe you could see it in the display here. I'll try to show it. So I'll put the volume here. So on the top, you'll see the number of the volume. So 4, 3, 2. Okay, let's turn it off. And let's turn it back on. And now it's super strong. And look at that. The volume is at 19. Volume is at 19. It always shows up at 19 or 20. What is that? It's so weird. Why can't it remember the volume level that I chose? That is. And the other one that's particularly bizarre also is, so now I am at 10 kilohertz, of course. So when I tune with the button, it tunes at 10 kilohertz increments. But now let's say that, oh, I don't want to tune. I want to punch in the frequency. So I want to listen to 690. Okay, I'll punch in the frequency of 690. And here we go. I'm at 693. What the hell? It doesn't, you know, and it's not just that, because from here you're stuck. It's at 693, and if I start tuning with the button, oh, it's at 10 kilohertz increments, but it stays with the 3 at the end. It stays with the 3 at the end. I said, what is that? Who the hell designed this thing? Come on. So you got to actually find one of those 9 kilohertz frequencies that is on the exact 10 kilohertz increment, and from there you're back at normal. But as long as you don't do that, you're not back. What the hell? This is weird. I don't know. There's some things in here that I actually, I will have a use for it. I thought it, you know, I got it. I was looking at what I could use in the kitchen as a little kitchen radio for, AM, FM. So I thought, well, maybe I'll use this for, like listening to VPR or something. It actually gets VPR 107.9 decently, which is surprising because I would think that this thing is actually kind of bad. But, it works. So when I put the antenna very short, I actually get 107.9 VPR station. I'll use it for that.
Super secret basement bunker.
Well, it's a difficult to do it here, but there we go. Anyways, I don't know if you guys can hear, but what a weird radio. I mean, come on. You can't have something crappier than that. It's crazy. And so, why do they sell these things? Yeah, I know. It's weird. Very weird. But it's beautiful. Absolutely. It's a beautiful little portable. If it worked decently, it would be one of the nice radios. Dave Todd says, I like FM broadcast with SDR Uno for the RDS info. Glad XH Data D808 will have it when it gets here. Yeah, XH Data D808 does have RDS. And it actually is nice the way that they did the RDS on the XH Data. Jean-Marc Letz says, on the 20 SDR, I hear strong radio gating on 9650 with obituaries in French or local African language. Then I switched to news. Yeah, it was in French. When I actually tuned 9650 earlier, it was in French. And it was surprisingly good here, too. I'm still hearing that pirate on 4090. Yeah, I need to put AAA on the last one. Yeah, for most of the purchases on eBay, you got to pay for sending it back. That's the thing that eBay is probably the sad part of it. And I remember buying a cheap tablet on eBay and I paid something like $100 for it. And when it got here, the tablet worked exactly 10 minutes. And after 10 minutes, it shut down and it never powered back up again. So I remember sending the guy a comment saying, well, it worked for 5 minutes. And of course they, treat you like you're an idiot that don't know how to use the device. So they ask you questions and you're like, yes, I know what I'm doing, I'm a tech guy. Come on. I know how to use the tablet, how to charge it, and how to use it. And it came up to, well, send it back. We'll send you another one. Hey, you know what, man? Sending that back to you is going to cost me like $40, $50. So, it costs $100. I'm not sending it back. I'm going to make videos if you want. I'm going to show you in whatever way you want that it is just not working, in that I am honest. But I'm not going to send it back, because now that tablet, $100 tablet, is now a $150 tablet. So I said to the guy, look, what we can do, because it doesn't work. I'm not sending it back, and so we got to do something about it. And he ended up, like I said, I'm going to go to PayPal and start a rant, and I'm going to force you to pay me back. And so when I mentioned that I would go to PayPal for the problem, he said, okay, well, can you, would you agree in paying $20 and we send you another one? So I said, okay, $20 for another one. Okay, I'll take that deal. $20 for another one. And I got the other one, and the other one was fine. But, it's the kind of experience that you're like, yeah, for certain things, eBay is not the best place for purchase, And that's actually also why often, if I purchase a radio, I will compare Amazon and eBay. And if I see that it's the same price on Amazon, I'll favor Amazon, because I know that if something's bad, I just tell them, and it's super easy to send the things back, you know. James Powers, nice to have you on board. KC1ENJ in New Hampshire. Dr. Sissa, where did you order your Texan PL990? There's no danger in getting the virus at the Texan PL990. And the more we see about the virus, anyways, the more we see that it's, you know, the number of people that die isn't really much higher than the influenza virus that we get every year. So, you know, most people will recover. Melissa Coleman, nice to have you here. How about a variable loop antenna? Used one with many, with my Realistic DX302. Works good for me in Louisville, Kentucky. So, well, you know, it's because the AN48X is a variable loop because it has a tuning. The MLA30 doesn't need to be tuned. It's always kind of tuned electronically for what you do, which is perfect. It would be interesting to see an MLA30 on a DX302. Yeah, Page Master. Well, there's from what I've seen, there doesn't seem to be a way to set the limit. So if you put the volume at 19 or below, you're always at 19 when you turn it on. But it keeps the volume if you're above 19. So if I put it at 22, it actually has 22 every time I turn it on. What? I don't understand that. Gaetan Bellel is waiting for his XH Data D808. It's an amazing radio. Because the Texan 990, I don't know where you got it, but it's not sold. It's not yet in production. So you must have a Chinese guy that's selling it. Selling the one that they had in China. William Helms, Radio Exterior de España, on a cheap Suzuka KYL99 that he bought at $2 at the thrift store. Cool. No problem, Matt. Catalan says, I have bought last year the mini whip antenna from Ukrainian eBay seller. Also use a 12-volt battery to power the amplifier, but still it was noisy on some ham and lower bands, so I doubt MLA30. But it's not the same thing. If you have a lot of noise, that's where the MLA30 shines, because the mini whip is just a whip. If it's noisy where you are, it's noisy. It doesn't do anything else than being noisy. But the MLA30 is a loop. It's not the same thing. And what happens is that the MLA30, you can actually position it to lower the noise floor as much as you can. So the MLA30 on that side, if you are in a noisy environment, will beat the mini whip because of the fact that you can actually easily lower the noise to some point, you know. They're not the same thing as an antenna. So you should get an MLA30. You will be happy. The mini whip antenna is, unfortunately, if you live in a noisy environment, the mini whip is going to be a noisy antenna. It's just a whip. PLF radio, I don't know if there's a firmware update. Yeah, you know, with the way that they're doing the radio, if they have a firmware update, I'm sure the radio is going to freeze or crash after it. Brent says use the reticus as a paperweight. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll put my cup of coffee on it. Oh man. God. Stephen Hayes, nice to have you on board, my friend. Dr. Sisup. Well, it's not illegal sales tax. They're charging the sales tax in a certain manner. It's not illegal from what I see. It's just that because of certain states, for example, that have sales tax and stuff, They have to abide by rules. Here the eBay stuff. What happens here? Because, for example, here when we purchase stuff here in Canada, what happens is that when you purchase something, so on Amazon we have sales tax that is actually. So I got my Epson EcoTank printer that I love. I bought it on Amazon because they had the cheapest price at $239. And so when I purchase on Amazon Canada, we get the sales tax for Canada and the province. Because here we have a 9% sales tax in the province of Quebec, and there's a 5% sales tax in Canada. So here we have 9 or 10% in Quebec. So anyways, they add the two sales tax, and they do it directly at the when you purchase on Amazon Canada. But on eBay, what happens is that eBay doesn't, unless the seller is Canadian. So if I buy something from, say, an eBay seller in Vancouver, I will get the Canadian sales tax of 5%. But not the provincial one to pay, which is still cheaper than buying here because you're not paying that tax. But for the rest of anything international, we don't pay any taxes. But what happens is when I get the package here, so say that for example, when I got the ICOM ICR30, so the ICOM ICR30 was given to me, but it has a value. So when I got the ICR30, I had to pay the taxes on the value of this radio, which cost me something like, trying to remember, how much did I pay? $98 or something, or $89, $98. I think it was $98. So getting a free ICOM ICR30 cost me $98 because they charged me Canadian and provincial sales tax on it. So what they do here is anything that is, from what I've seen, the rules are that anything that is above $50 in value from anywhere in the world, you will have to pay the sales tax on that device, even if it's given to you. Crazy, eh? Oh, man. Yeah, it's sold in China, but it's not, because they're having a revision of the PL990 and H501. So I would wait, honestly, Dr. Sisop, for the 990, because the PL990 is on kind of revision, firmware revision, and before they actually do the production. So I suspect that if they do that, they might have seen some bugs in it on the Chinese one. Because in China, even in China, it isn't sold actually. In China, they had like a 300 unit run, but it isn't sold in China itself. If you got it in China, it's one of those 300 guys that got it that is selling some of it, or the one that he has or something. Because almost everybody, there's a guy that's in my chat room that went to Taiwan. He went to a few places, and he says nowhere it is to be found or sold. Now Taiwan isn't exactly China, but you know. Gaetan Belil, take care, my friend. Dr. Sisop, Grenadier on satellite radio never fails, and no FM bleed through on shortwave. John McClure, nice to have you here. Gustavo Pinto, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Lillian, nice to have you here, my friend. Just what I ended up doing live on YouTube with scanning long wave and medium wave bands with the RSPDX and MiniWhip. It's my first live on YouTube. Cool, congratulations. And continue doing it. Continue doing it. It's always nice to have people doing stuff like that. It's kind of cool. We need more guys on that do live shows and stuff. I mean, I'm not the only one that should be doing live shows. There needs to be more people. What do you think? Paul the Cat is here. Look at that. Whoa. He missed. He wasn't able to actually get here. Come on. All right. Come on. Ow. He just put his claws in my leg. So, here is Mr. Paul for your enjoyment, guys. Hey, Mr. Paul. Say hello to everybody. Look over there. Look at the camera here. You don't want to look at the camera, never. So, Mr. Paul the Cat is here. He wants to put himself all comfy. Like, there we go. So, it's fun to have people that do live shows and stuff. I hope that more people do live shows like I do. And, why not? It's kind of cool, How did it feel to do your first live? Did you, were you nervous? I still remember my first live when I was like, okay, people are going to watch me. And I don't remember the number of people watching me back then. There was like, I don't know. I don't think there were more than 10 or 15 people watching. Way back in what? 2014, 13, something like that, 14. So, it's one of those experiences. There was a guy that last year said, "Oh, I started doing. I did a few live shows, and I just am amazed at how you can actually do a live show and talk for hours at a time. Because I just after half an hour I didn't know what to talk about anymore." Oh, sorry, by the way, guys. I forgot that it's very directional, and I'm talking, and you're not going to be not hearing much. And of course, Mr. Paul wants to. So when you do your first live shows, it's always a little stressful. You don't know exactly, but it's just funny. But I got a big mouth. I can talk. I got that. A few people told me, you got that. You really got that quality of being able to talk and go on, and there's a lot of help, and that's what I always say. It's like there's talking about stuff, but there's the chat room. I see your comments, and your comments, they give me ideas and new directions and what I want to talk about and so on. So as you guys are watching Mr. Paul the Cat being comfy, Mr. Paul the Cat is so I wanted to talk about the ICOM SCR30 a little bit because I'm continuing the tests. A lot of people are asking me, so how are the tests going and what do you think of it? So of course, I'm learning to master how to use it well in my environment, which is very, very FM breakthrough and VHF, UHF signals strong everywhere. So now I've actually settled to using the attenuation. So when I use the radio, I actually use the attenuator, which is at level 2 out of 3 levels. When I have the attenuator at level 2, I actually have pretty much the best VHF, UHF reception that I can, because it attenuates the overloading quite a lot, and it actually brings some of those weaker signals, so I'm getting better reception using the attenuator. So slowly mastering the device. I am having fun. I mean, even though I honestly cannot recommend anybody buy this radio, and that will not change. Honestly, don't buy an ICOM ICR30. That is something that I will not change my mind on. Not after, testing it. Even if I'm getting better reception now with the attenuator at 2 and so on, I still cannot recommend anybody buy this. It's too expensive, and it doesn't perform well for the price paid. And it's lacking in stuff, yeah, it decodes digital modes, but it's lacking one of the biggest modes out there, DMR. Why isn't it in there? You did a radio with all the digital modes, add DMR. It's one of the popular modes in a lot of commercial digital modes. D-Star, unfortunately, I still have tons of problems decoding D-Star. The signal, the repeaters there, right? Look, the frequency that it's on here is one of the D-Star repeaters in Montreal. 448625. And I'll try it again tonight, because tonight is the Canada Net. There's a D-Star Canada Net every Fridays. And it's kind of fun to listen to. But boy, I miss half of the replies. Most of the time, it doesn't even... Last Friday, I listened to it for... I don't think I could listen to it for more than like 15 minutes. And it had a hard time. And what I understand is that because of the overloading issues and all of that, the D-Star decoder has a hard time decoding the voice, unfortunately. Which is kind of sad. And I'm going kind of a little nuts with that. So, the mini whip is an active antenna PLF radio. It's an active, kind of an active whip. But the problem is it's a whip. That's the problem. The whip side of it makes it behave bad if it's noisy. Any whip, if it's noisy, will get all the noise. So the thing about it is that if it's very noisy around you, the better antenna is really a loop, because the loop you'll be able to kind of null out some of the noise. It's Imagine from John Lennon playing on the 4090 kilohertz Pirate right now. Oh, really? If you have an AM license, you can avoid paying tax on the amateur radio equipment? I'm not sure. I'm talking sales tax here, Mickey. Sales tax. You cannot avoid sales tax, not even with an AM license. You still pay the sales tax. Because when I got the ICOM, I'm not paying duties. I'm paying the Canadian and Quebec sales tax, which that cannot be avoided. Hey, Callum, nice to have you here. Scott Cranston, nice to have you on board from Massachusetts. What else do we have? Chuck Black, what radio you had in your hand? Yeah, the ICOM ICR 30. C. Johnson, nice to have you here. Lillian says, I tried the MLA 30. I did not like the reception on long wave, but on medium wave, it is excellent. I'm waiting for a rotary engine now. Yeah, that's pretty much what everybody says. The MLA 30 below about 500 kilohertz loses a lot of its qualities. One of the things I noticed, and you know what? If I could have gone back, my W6LVP loop, I've got the filters for medium wave and for FM. I would have enjoyed trying the W6LVP without the filters, because I noticed if I use the W6LVP loop on the 160 meter band, the W6LVP loop signals on the 160 meter band are actually stronger than the MLA 30. which means I would have enjoyed trying the W6LVP on medium wave and long wave. It might be an interesting antenna for that. But because I got the filter below 1.8 megahertz, I don't hear anything. Brent says, Mr. Paul, one cool cat for sure. Oh, he doesn't. I remove his collar every time Dr. sits up. I remove his collar when he's inside, so as to not go, he doesn't go crazy. He doesn't need to wear it all the time. Anyways, he's got his ID. So if he's got his chip. So and they have a new rule this year, because starting January 1st, your cat needs to have that little chip for identification. If he has the chip, he doesn't need to have his collar anymore. I put it because I wanted to make sure that the neighbors know that Paul is my cat. But, Gustavo Pinto says, maybe Paul thinks you're a crazy guy talking alone to yourself. I'm sure he's like, what, probably thinking, what the hell, why is this guy talking? There's nobody else here. I'm sure that that must come to his mind at some point. For sure. CB Shortwave DX, nice to have you on board. SM68481. Nice to have you here. Rufus Newt, nice to have you on board. Time to have a cold one and hang out with his DX buddies. Yes, it is that time. I'm soon to go and refill my drink, actually. Yeah, the MLA30 is very directional. Long wave, medium wave. Well, I would love long wave more if I could hear other things than just non-directional beacons, Callum. But, I like all the spectrum, honestly. Oh, man. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. There we go. Ta-dum. Okay, let me just put the camera back up. But overall, anyways, if I go back a little bit to the icon, I'm enjoying. I'm happy to have it. I'm enjoying it. I mean, I got a big rant the other day with somebody that we all know. That I won't mention his name because now he's mad at me because we talked about him. Saying, well, if you're, you should just, you should be happy to have this radio given to you and blah blah blah. And it's like, I want to say it again. I'm happy to have it and to be able to tell everybody, you should not buy this radio. That's all. I am having a lot of fun with it. I mean, this summer, this radio will be going everywhere with me. I will be using it everywhere. It's my new radio. One of the things also that I could rant on the radio here, the icon, the battery life, unfortunately, and that also is sad. When you turn on all the features, the battery life isn't that good. I actually have a lot more battery life on my R20. Sorry. I have a lot more battery life on my R20 than I have battery life on the R30. Battery drops real fast on the R30, which is sad. And, of course, they do sell a higher capacity battery. And I also, one of the big rants, and there'll always be a rant, is, why do you have to pay like $100 for the software for programming and connecting and whatever? Come on, that's a nonsense also. I mean, there's making money and making money, but that for me is, come on, okay? Please, ICOM, wake up. Because right now, with that and what I'm saying, you're losing some sales now, because I told a lot of people, don't buy this radio. All I got to say. Let's go down here. Nope, the ICOM ICR30 does not decode DAB. Lee says, when the summertime comes, Joe, I'll be out and about with my Uniden scanner. Yeah, it's always fun. You know, even in the wintertime, when I take walks, I haven't done that in a long time. I need to do it. When I take walks, I often put a scanner in my my coat pocket, and I scan the baby monitor frequencies, because there's still a lot of them in the 49 megahertz range. So I scan the baby monitor frequencies, and as I move along, you have the baby monitors fading in and out from different places. It's kind of weird. Reminds me of when I was listening to cordless phones on the 49 megahertz range. Batambale 15250, Voice of America. Sheldon Harvey. Yeah, that's what I taught, like Sheldon said. Duty on ham equipment, but not sales tax. That's what I taught. Sales tax is on everything. Frigid RF, good evening. Nice to have you here. Mark Ledford, nice to have you on board from Houston, Texas. Lee says, I haven't heard Brother Stare for ages on my shortwave radio. Hope he's okay. Well, I hope he's gone, but that's my personal opinion. He's still everywhere. I hear him all the time. So, Frigid RF is the International Space Station sending slow scan TV. Okay, let's check that out. Did I miss on something? Google ISS SSTV event. Da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, January 30 and 31st. Look at that. They had some slow scan TV. They have some slow scan TV. And they ended at 15 UT today. No, 17:30 today. So, and it's the Moscow Aviation Institute conducting slow scan TV stuff. Huh, interesting. So there was some, and there's no more now. Today, 31st, it ended at 17:30 UT. So maybe it's one of those passes that, you know, that were favoring mostly Europe. Mostly Europe. Scott Cranston, nice music from Greece on 9420. Take care, René Charbonnier. Good night. Not that I know of, Brent. The way that I think it's done is that you just gotta keep him there. But you know what? I kind of maybe want to try to open up the box when summer comes and see if I can remove the filters myself. That would be kind of nice. But honestly, I would not have ordered it with the filters, because I can see that my MLA30 actually behaves really well. So if my MLA30 behaves well, I don't see why the W6LVP would not behave well. F.A. Sierra Mon, bonjour et bienvenue de la France. Always nice to have a lot of people here. Yeah, that's the thing, Scott Cranston. That's what we were talking about with Dave, N9EWO, I believe. Because he sent me an email, because we were talking about that, because he tested it also, but he does agree that it's too expensive for what it is. And that's also one of the things that he was mentioning, is that for the digital modes, they got to pay licensing fees for every radio sold with those digital modes. PLF Radio says, even if it's not quite the same type of radio, the ICOM IC705 may be better than the ICOM ICR30. It's possible. Stephen Hayes, because ICOM will charge whatever they can and get away with. Yeah, I know. But you know, it's a turnoff. I mean, you you look at that and you're like, yeah, I don't feel like buying another ICOM receiver. But that said, there was what did he? Let me just check out here. Archive. That said, let me just check it out. I'm just gonna find that that email. Trying to N9. Here we go. Let me just check it out here if I could find anything on the email. Dave N9. Yeah. He was mentioning, because we were talking about how that thing is bad, isn't that great? But he was talking about the Yisu VR500 and VR5000 that were a lot worse. So, you know, just crazy. So, Dave N9 EWO. He's got a great webpage, by the way, if you search for him on Google, with a lot of receiver and transceiver reviews. Dr. Sisop says FM tower here interferes with them baby monitors also. New books. Nice to have you here. 9420 Greece in Princeton, British Columbia, on his XH Data D328. His first long distance, 9,600 kilometers, short wire to a copper pipe loop. It was pulsing in and out. Cool. Jean-Marc Letts, 9650, Radio Guinea, switched to news in French, 2132. Pagemaster bought a AR900 scanner when he was in the Navy, heard the cordless phone frequency that boyfriend was going to have something with his girlfriend. Very steamy. Hey, I still remember, and then, for those that haven't heard that story before, I remember when I moved here, the first year, I was listening into cordless phones on 900 megahertz, and I could hear my neighbor downstairs having phone sex with her boyfriend that works up north at Hydro-Québec power plant. And he was gone for months at a time before he would come back. And I still remember hearing her having phone sex. And the next morning going to the mailbox to see if I had mail. And she was right next to me looking for if she had mail also. And it was like, you just look and it's like, it feels weird because it's like, she was like, oh, how are you doing? I said, oh, I'm doing fine, and you? And in your head, you feel like saying, how was the phone sex yesterday? It just is so weird what you can hear. And people don't know that, that was like, yeah, you don't know what I hear. Okay. Oh, man, crazy. Yeah, well, Brothers Terror is still there. I hear him on WRMI on several frequencies, actually. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you here. Yep, as Sheldon says, it's the 33rd annual Shortwave Winter Festival. So, in Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, February 27th to 29th. So, take a look, and if you can go there, why not? Could be cool. René Paquin, it's too bad that many police and emergency services are moving to digital and encrypted systems. What else is there to scan? Well, you know what? So for example, here in Montreal, an example is that the police um, is now encrypted and digital and encrypted, but the fire department is just digital, and emergency services is just digital. You can, if you buy a proper scanner, you can actually listen to them. So there's still some of the emergency services that can be listened to. Playing around with the ICR30, ICOM ICR30, I started scanning around a lot. And one of the things I started doing, actually, is programming one of my older scanners, my Pro 43, with analog frequencies. And you know what? By scanning, I hear quite a lot of analog stuff. But you got to scan constantly to find the frequencies where there's some activity. So in the 138 to 174 megahertz VHF range, there's a lot of activity, analog activity. And remember, if you live near, like here, for example, there's the Port of Montreal and there's the St. Lawrence Seaway. There's a lot of VHF activity with the boats because there's a marine band there. 160 megahertz, still a lot of analog stuff with trains. The Canadian National, Canadian Pacific trains here are very active there. I hear a lot of stuff. Here in the province of Quebec, the provincial police, even though they have a digital mode, they most of the time they still are analog. So there's a lot of listening you can do with that. Plus, there's a lot of companies. Towing companies, a lot of the big transportation companies, and all the UPS and so on, Purolator. A lot of them are still analog, and you can hear the radios and stuff. There's some buses that are still analog. If you start scanning around from 138 to 174 for a while, you'll notice that you'll hear a lot of activity. It's just that the problem is, like every type of transmission you get on these frequencies, it's intermittent. So you'll get something when they talk, but they could be, an hour without saying anything. So you got to be on the frequency when it's happening. So in order to continue understanding more of my ICOM ICR30, what I've been doing is scanning with it. And at the same time, with my Pro 43, every time there's an analog frequency that I get, I enter that analog frequency in a memory channel in my Pro 43. Just to give you an idea, only one evening of listening, scanning 138 to 174 and 400 to 470 megahertz, I have filled about 70 channels with analog transmissions. So all tons of companies and all sorts of I've heard security guards stuff. I've heard security of different places that I didn't even know. You can listen to a lot of the security in malls and stores, big stores. You can still hear a lot of securities of schools. Here, there's the shopping mall that I hear. I hear the Collège de Rosemont, which isn't that far. They are analog. It's just a question of finding them. For sure, scanner listening has really changed over the last 20, 30 years because of the digital revolution in communications. But honestly, I got a message the other day, somebody on the VHF channel saying, you can throw out all of those old analog scanners, they're useless. No, if you say that, it's because you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't know that there's still tons of things out there. Somebody that I know was the first, it's like, well, okay, the police is now digital and encrypted. I guess there's nothing else to listen to on my radio. No, look, listen here and there, and try to scan these frequencies here. you'll see that there's a surprising amount of activity left. And those old analog scanners are still useful. Plus, remember, there's the 2-meter bands, 70 centimeter amateur bands. There's activity there also. You can listen with good old analog scanners. So it's not true that these are useless. But the problem is, a lot of people were focused on a specific thing. A lot of people bought those and said, oh, I'm listening to the cops. It's cool. And when the police went digital, oh, well, there's nothing on this radio anymore, eh? No, there's a lot of stuff. It's just that you were focused too much on listening to a specific thing. What else do we have? Yeah, I should contact Larry, W6LVP, and maybe ask him if the filters could be removed easily. I'm gonna check that out, because I suspect that for medium wave and long wave, it might be surprise. Dr. Sisop can still hear illegal taxi companies on 26 megahertz, from Miami. Danny, Shortwave Radio DX. Nice to have you here from Yonkers, New York. Yonky knows. What SDR setup would you recommend for someone on a budget? If you're listening to Shortwave, get yourself, put money aside if you don't have the cash for it. But I think the way to go is SDR Play RSP1A. SDR Play RSP1A. I believe I saw it on Ham Radio Outlet for like $109. I mean, if you get that, you're starting with a darn good radio and a good experience with software-defined receiver. So if you can afford that, go over there, because below 100, there's really nothing I can really recommend that works well. The RTL is the RV3. It's okay on VHF, UHF, but it's super crappy on HF. That thing doesn't work well on HF, and it's full of spurious signals everywhere. Actually, it's funny because there was a comment of one of the viewers saying, well, I get more signals on my RTL SDR V3 than on my Texan PL 660. And I said, no, think again. You're seeing a lot of spurious signals. And that's where you understood, okay, so there's a lot of the signals there are just images and spurious signals that aren't there in reality. So he was in the impression that the RTL SDR V3 was actually performing better because he saw more signals. But the reality was, no, it's spurious signals. In reality, it's actually crappy. So if you can go to something like the RSP1A, I think you're starting off really, really well. Chuck Yunkin, nice to have you here. Danny Shortwave. Yes, I still get a lot of analog signals on the VHF, UHF. I would check out radioreference.com and look up frequencies for your location. Yeah, that's a great website to go to also, radioreference.com. Absolutely. PageMaster says, if you live close to one, you can pick up the wireless frequencies from fast food drive-thrus. Absolutely. You're giving me an idea that when I take a walk, it's been a while since I've gone through the different drive-thrus and listened to the different drive-thrus. Where I used to live before here, there was a McDonald's just at the corner street, and one of the things I would do sometimes is just park my scanner on. I remember they were on 30.480 megahertz when they started. Then they moved to a 900 megahertz one. But I could hear all the cars going at the drive-thru and ordering their stuff. And I remember one evening thinking, hey, you know what? I should write down and calculate how much money the drive-through has made in 1 hour. And you guys would be amazed at how much money McDonald's is racking in on the drive-through. It's just crazy. Take care, Fast Eddie, B3KRP. Brent, always impressed with your knowledge and dedication to the radio hobby. Thank you. Matt says, I got a new amplifier for W6LVP without any filters. I haven't hooked it up yet, though. Okay. Maybe I could check that out. René Paquin, 149 at Radio World in Toronto in Canadian dollars. Matt says, I had to ask for it. What happened was I emailing him about my loop and mentioned that the notch filters he used on it were probably degrading performance. So he offered one with a 1900 kilohertz low pass filter. Okay. Take care, PLF Radio. It was nice to have you on board. Yeah, if you use these apps, you can actually have your McDonald's delivered. Absolutely. With some of these apps. So you're watching the live Shortwave show. Hey, guys. A little something. I'm going to go get myself a refill. And while I refill, the Pirate's still going on strong on 4090 upper sideband, by the way. And just going to post, if you like what I do, if you enjoy what I do, you want me to test more radios, test other equipment, well, you know what, it comes at a cost. I gotta buy them. Well, why not send me a little donation and say, hey, this is to fund whatever next radio you're going to test out, so that we don't have to, risk buying something that's no good. PayPal.me/shortwave. You can also become a patron at patreon.com/radio and computers. And, think about it. It costs me more money, and the internet is more expensive because of what I do here. Lighting systems, I got to change the lighting systems from time to time. They wear out over time. I bought a new laptop. I had to, because honestly, if it wasn't for the live shows, I'd still be using my old laptop because it was powerful enough. But, I do live shows. I had to purchase a laptop. I bought cost me $1,800 for a new laptop. I wanted something to really perform to do live shows and stuff. All of that. At some point you need new cameras. You need all sorts of new things. And I'm here all the time, twice a week. I'm very dedicated to being here. I could just, be here when I feel like being here. And, it's a job. I mean, I love what I do. Just looking if anybody is written in. So, I love what I do, and it's great. But, there are days sometimes that it's an hour before the show, and you're like, well, tonight I do something else maybe, But I'm still here, and I sit down, and I do the live shows because I'm dedicated for you guys, and I see you guys enjoy so much what I do that, it's something I got to do. I can't, just do it when I want to do it. It's something that there's a schedule, and you got to follow your schedule, and you got to be here. We got 2 shows a week, and just look, Wednesday I talked for 3 hours, a little more than 3 hours. We're at 2 hours and 18 minutes right now. I dedicate a lot of time, not counting that we have the Facebook group. So, I'm just going to post it again here. Facebook group, which has the same name as the channel here, official SWL channel. Well, I started a Facebook group. And you know what? That's adding more time that I got to dedicate to all of what I'm doing here with radio. The Facebook group, got to take care of the Facebook group, see if everything's all right, post my own stuff, and interact with you guys also. And I wouldn't do it if I didn't love what I'm doing. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't for the fact that it's just amazing to see all of this, and I just love the hobby and the shortwave listening hobby and radio in general. But a little something is always welcome. It helps out and it helps pay the bills. And this is my work. For those that will ask, well, do you have a job? Yeah, my job is this. This is where I'm making my money. With this and the tech channel on YouTube, with monetization and your donations helping out at the same time. And, dedicating my life to doing this, which is honestly a great life. I mean, living your life doing what I do is cool, But, if you've never donated, why not think about it? It's something that, is helps out definitely. And it's always fun to have everybody here. So I'm going to go fill up. And I will come back in a few seconds with more radio stuff. We're going to talk radio as we continue doing this live show, and hope you enjoy what we do, because it's fun to have you guys here. So I'm going to go make myself a second drink, and I am back in about a minute and a half. Hey guys, we are back in action. So nice to see people that want to join the Facebook group. Pretty cool. So nice to have everybody here. And the Facebook group is nice because it's kind of a, an extension of the live shows here, where we are, talking all week about radio, sharing our, pictures of our radios, shack, whatever we're listening to. It's kind of a cool place. Okay, what else do we have? Dave Rhodes, rather late, so I assume you've touched on it, but a shame the Reticus was such a letdown. Yeah, especially as it probably comes from the same factory as Texan XH Data. I don't know. I'm not sure because XH Data and Texan seem to be very, very different companies in where they make the radios and stuff. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know exactly where all of that is done. It is a shame. I mean, it is a cool-looking radio. Really one of the cool-looking radios. But, man, what a piece of crap. I mean, for the price, for barely more than that, what I paid for that, you get a Radio R108. And at least now, you got a good radio. Crazy. Take care, René Paquin. Dr. Sisop here's 4090 on AM mode. Let me just check it out to make sure. No, it's definitely, you're not hearing the same station probably. Because it's definitely upper sideband here. It's not, this is a sideband station. Unless you mean you're hearing it, even though you're still in AM mode. Then Shortwave Radio DX says, I'm a White Castle burger guy. Now I'm craving for those sliders. What do we have? David in Barcelona. Nice to have you here. Been putting together a version 2 of his Mobius coax loop for MLA30's amplifier. I've used heat shrink tubing for the first time. I'd say I don't suck at it. Casey Red Dragon, nice to have you here. Cuban number station on 10715. Matt says, of course, it remains to be seen if I get better performance versus the MLA30 or if I experience the same as Joe. So the Facebook group is, I posted a link a couple of times. It's actually called Official SWL Channel. Exactly like the channel you are here on YouTube. But, you know, I am curious for the W6LVP because when I go down to the 160 meter band and notice, so I got higher noise, but I have definitely much higher signals, which tends to, kind of hints that maybe the W6LVP for medium wave and long wave could be kind of interesting. Roger Schultz, nice to have you on board. Jack Black, 135 people like me. Stephen Hayes, nice to have you here. Oh, you know, trolls are trolls, Matt. What do you want? Who cares? Danny Shortwave says, added 1/4 inch thick copper tube loop to his second MLA30, about to place it on the roof. Waiting for an extra 50 feet of SMA RG58 extension cable from Amazon. That'll be interesting to see. Casey Red Dragons hearing Sky King of the on 8992. Sheldon. Yeah. The 10cc song. Things we do for love. Absolutely. Things we do for love. That's pretty much it, Sheldon. Shitty Pyro 90, nice to have you here. Take care, Matt. See you a little later if we're still on. Joe Rodman says, A for your hams. I just worked SO1WS Western Sahara on 7157 lower sideband barefoot with the Drake TR7 and vertical N9 JCQ. He's still on? Well, 7157. Let's just check that out. Western Sahara 7157. That is something that you don't hear very often. Checking out here if I'm getting anything. Doesn't seem to be coming in here, at least. Conditions seem to be very, very good. I mean, 40 meter band is full of signals. We seem to be really, really enjoying some nice propagation tonight. Just checking out. 40 meters is full of signals. 6925. Let me check out anything else on the Pirate. Hey, Guy Lee, thanks for becoming a patron on Patreon. Just got the email that popped up. Thank you so much. You went QRT. That's sad. Actually, you know what, Sheldon? I was talking about, thinking about it. When I review radios, I should do a review that I could send you so you can add it to the CIDX bulletin. Maybe some people would be interested in having a printed, a readable observation of what I think of the different radios I have. I didn't think about that, but that could be nice to add to CIDX. Danny Shortwave says, I was about to buy that Radio Reticus TR608 radio. I asked to review it from Reticus. It looked good, but I read on Shortwave Listening blog it was quite a few issues, so I decided to pass on the offer. It has more than quite a few issues. It's completely nuts. I don't understand why they sell that. Sheldon, think of the International Radio Report. We've been on the air for 32 years. That's over 1,650 shows, and all as volunteers. Absolutely. And don't forget, guys, I was not there last Sunday, but I'll be back this Sunday, as I am regularly with Sheldon on the International Radio Report on CKUT. It's a show that you can stream if you're not in Montreal, because CKUT is 90.3 FM in Montreal. But if you're not around here, as most of you aren't, you can listen to the stream. It's Sunday mornings, and it's 15:30 UTC, and you can listen to the stream via ckut.ca, or if you have an app that like Radio Garden and so on, what you could do is simply search for CKUT 90.3 FM, and there you will actually have the stream available So you can listen to our show on Sunday morning live at 15:30 UTC. It's a 30-minute show about radio. And I'm happy to be part of the gang and be there on Sundays. And of course, you can listen to the archive if you want to hear what it sounds like. There's 3 months of archive. Simply go to ckut.ca, go to the top, and ask for check for the archives. If you have an assistant, a Google or an Amazon one, you give the magic words to start it, and just ask stream CKUT 90.3 FM, and it's actually going to start streaming automatically. It works at least on my Google Home here, so you can do that. And it's a nice show. It's fun. I'm very happy to be part of it. And as Sheldon says, CIDX, the Canadian International DX Club, been around for 58 years, producing a monthly bulletin that's almost 700 issues, all done by volunteers. Once again, that's dedication, and we often talk regularly about that. I've talked a few times with Sheldon on that, how it's difficult to have people commit to some specific things. And it's really tough, and I think getting tougher to get people volunteer for something, and be there all the time and dedicate part of their time to, for example, the hobby. Remember one thing, guys. I get rants from time to time of people saying, well, how dare you ask donations and stuff. But I will also, I often will also say to people, well, I'm not annoying with the donation thing. I mean, I don't ask it 40 times during 3 hours. I'll ask it once or twice. It takes a minute or two, and that's it. I'm not annoying you guys on the Facebook page with that at all. But remember that a lot of what our hobby is all about is volunteer for the most part. I mean, I ain't getting paid to go to CKUT on Sunday mornings. And, even Sheldon will tell you, well, there are Sunday mornings that maybe you look outside and you look at the weather and you're like, maybe this morning I'd stay home and do something else than, risk in the snowy weather or bad weather or whatever, or not even counting the fact that maybe one Sunday morning you're just like, I'd stay home this morning if I. But we actually dedicate and go and do something, and go there and do the show. And it's not magical. The International Radio Report, for example, it takes time. You got to find some subjects to talk about, prepare the subjects, print out something that will guide us through the show, because you don't get into a microphone. I do this here on the live show, although not totally. I do have most of the time a little piece of paper with notes on it that will guide me in certain things I want to talk. But you don't go into a studio, into a microphone, and talk for 30 minutes without having some form of preparation, without having some text, having something to guide us. It doesn't work like that. So not only do you have a 30-minute show, but you have all the work that is done behind the scenes during the week. Sheldon finding some stories, me sending him some stories, some people helping out with stories of their own, and choosing which stories we're going to actually use, and so on. There's some work behind there. And I was thinking today about one. It's look at Glenn Hauser. Glenn Hauser dedicating pretty much his life to the hobby. I mean, look at his World of Radio shows week after week after week. I mean, the guy is dedicated. And, apart from he's asking for donations, apart from donations, he's not getting any money out of being there. He's got the chance that some shortwave broadcasters are actually offering him some free airtime to the show because they know it's a must-have, But I mean, the majority of what everything is of our hobby in general is volunteer, Somebody once told me, he says, yeah, but you're being paid by YouTube with the monetization. But I'll tell you guys one thing. What is making me have a possible life and a paycheck that is decent isn't the Shortwave channel. This channel, if I'd lived just with this channel and nothing else, I'd have to find a job. I would not be here. What is helping out is that I got 2 other channels that are actually pretty good in monetization. This is my hobby side. This is not driving my money. The other channels are. So there's a bit of monetization, and there's some donations, but I can't live off of what's this channel is giving me. I wouldn't be able to do so. And that's where you got to understand at the same time is, my monetization comes from the other channel. I could decide that this isn't interesting for me and I'm not going to do it. I do it because, you know what? I care about the radio hobby. I care about sharing my passion. When I had my first shortwave radio, first ever shortwave radio, the DX100. You fall in love with something one day. I fell in love with shortwave radio. I turned on that radio. I tuned it for, 20 minutes. Heard my first station. I can't really recall what was the first station I've heard. One of the first stations I know I've heard, I remember hearing Call Israel that evening with English news. I remember hearing that same evening a few broadcasts, including one I believe was Radio Moscow. I understood on that evening of August 1982, because that for me is a month, is a year that I will never forget. August of 1982 is what makes what I'm here possible, is what makes this exist. Because that evening you had a 13-year-old teenager that was hooked and amazed that he was listening to signals thousands of miles away. I knew from that day that, I don't know, something had changed in my life. It's crazy. But the dedication to when you love something, it's that. I mean, look at Sheldon. Sheldon is amazing for me because I look at all of what he does, and I'm always amazed at the amount of things that he can do. And all of that in a volunteer way, which is crazy. And I mean, there's not a lot of people that dedicate, their lives at something like that. I'm monetized here, but it's close to being volunteer because, like I said, this channel doesn't rack a lot of money in compared to my other channels. It's obviously the reason I do this is for love of the hobby and more. I mean, over time, something that I didn't think of at the beginning. You think you're going to have a following. You're going to have people watching. Yeah, but you I didn't think when I started this that there not only would I have people watching, but there's some kind of a friendship side to all of this, where I have the impression that we're among friends on the channel here, and we're sharing the same passion that we do. Pretty crazy. So, by the way, you can ask Sheldon for a sample copy of the messenger bulletin, and as soon as the lazy people like me that always send their bulletin, their bulletin, their column at the last minute, he's gonna have the February edition available, and of course, there's a lot of information in there. CIDXclub@yahoo.com. CIDXclub@yahoo.com. And if you've never asked for a sample copy, then I'll do now. So I will stop ranting at all of this, and we'll continue the show. Jeff King says, I saw an official Reticus review on their little radio and flat out told them they needed to solve some problems with it before us in the US would buy it. Yeah. Blues Dude, nice to have you on board from Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge. Shady Pyro 90, crossing my fingers, I may be able to check into the channel 17 net tonight if I get CB conditions. Cool. Ingmar Klenhart, nice to have you on board. The smaller, tiny Reticus radios have superb quality. This new one is completely different. Thanks for the great review. Thank you. Casey Red Dragon still airing Air Force Sky King. DJ Calquito DR. Very poor propagation in Portugal, Lisbon. Interesting. Here in northeast part of North America, propagation is really, really nice, actually. Stephen Yemk. Coax runs to a 9-1 ballon and the ground runs 10 feet down to a ground rod and wire slopes off the ballon box 50 feet away. Anyway, I get optimized this. I'm thinking the ground wire is soaking up stray RF. It's I don't know. It's a complex thing to talk about here. On one bottom and the ground runs 10 feet down. Yeah, that 10 feet ground rod, the 10 feet wire to a ground rod might be doing something, but best ways to experiment. David God says, I have the Reticus V115, and the way I'd describe it is an MP3 player recorder and USB speaker mic with playback controls with an additional medium wave, shortwave FM radio capability, all in the shape of a radio. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Linux DOS, nice to have you on board. It's great and has been around a long time. What was the name of that SSB group that used to be listed in magazines? I don't know. Yeah, the V115 is sensitive, but it's really, it's very noisy internally. The radio is so noisy internally. And here, of course, there's FM breakthrough. Fast load. Nice to have you here, my friend. John W. Used to see Glenn Hauser back in the 70s when he lived in Knoxville, Tennessee. Great guy. Always made time for me. Cool. David says, so I'd say this other Reticus Joel showed is pretty much on the line with what a pity because it looks great indeed. Absolutely. That's the sad thing. Yep, very committed. Absolutely. Sheldon is amazing. Sheldon always amazed me with this commitment, for sure. Chuck Yunkin, what's my other channel? One Windows 10 and computers. There's one for the Windows Insider channel. And here there's one on the VHF, UHF range. But the two first that I mentioned are the most popular of all. Mark Stevens, nice to have you here from North Carolina mountains. And Walking Man Video, nice to have you here from Australia. Hope the fires and everything everything's getting better down there. Nicky Dalmage, August 23rd, 1972. First shortwave radio station, Radio Netherlands for me. QSL, that date, every year until they signed off shortwave. Oh, man. François Gagnon, bienvenue. Merci. Thank you for speaking from your heart, passion. Yep, yeah, and I think, and it's getting more and more difficult to have people that commit themselves to hobbies and stuff, Hey, B, nice to have you here, Tam. Why don't you be a real gentleman unless I hear something from your classic Grundig? Oh, there's no antennas on it. I would be happy to do so, but I would need to put an antenna on it. I don't have my antenna on it, unfortunately. I should have thought about that and turned it on. I'm going to listen to it tonight. I'm going to put my W6LVP loop like I do usually on it and tune the bands on it. I love tuning that old Grundig. It's so much fun to tune around. And of course, tonight I need to work because I'll listen on that and I'll finish my utility column for the messenger so I can send it to Sheldon at the latest tomorrow. Nice to have you here, Tam. Pet F. Barrett. Angel looking at old radios behind you. I have 40-year-old Sanyo. World Star with 49-meter bands. Wow. Blues Dude says, I thought you did this channel for all the babes. Oh, yeah. Imagine going to a bar and saying, hey, I'm the guy behind the shortwave radio channel. How about you and I hook up tonight? I can just imagine the eyes of staring and who is this loser exactly? Max Estrong, nice to have you on board from Michigan, USA. Pagemaster, let me check that out. Oh yeah, I like this one. I've seen it many times. It's great. Gallery. So this is a joke that I've seen on Facebook a few times, and it's amazingly nice. So the guy comes home late at night, and his wife is waiting for him. And she has this. If he's late, if he's drunk, and he's got another radio. Which one will it be tonight? I would be dead a long time ago. Oh, man. Kevin. What is that? A red Tivoli behind you? Oh, that. If you're talking about that, it's a cheap. It's a cheap A-Rock AM/FM radio, and the reason I purchased this is the only thing I could see here. When I purchased this, it was not that much for the AM/FM side of things, even though it does have an AM/FM radio. I purchased this because it has an amplifier you can actually plug in and use it as a portable amplifier. And that was that was appealing to me. That was exactly what I wanted. So I don't really use the radio much, but I do use the amplifier a lot, especially since I got the DX 398 here that you guys can't see because of the microphone. So the DX398 has a broken speaker, so I can't listen to anything unless I have an outboard speaker. So I use the amplifier on the microphone, the earphone out to actually listen to the DX398 when I want to. As I was saying earlier, it's powered by solar. I got two little solar panels in the window. So this afternoon I was actually tuning around the DX398 with solar power. Kind of cool. Sheldon says, Shell, if your column is late, I gotta have the pay cut. Oh no, please. I won't be able to eat in February. Oh man. It should be there by tomorrow. Oh man. Max Armstrong says Jill gets all the chicks. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time, Tam. Nice to see you here. Always nice to see you on board. Mickey Dalmich says, don't worry, Jill, I'm always late and never got a cut in pay. As Billy Preston once said, nothing from nothing is nothing. Nothing to lose. Juan amigo, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Donde Barcelona, Spain. Nice to have you here. Yeah, everybody, I almost every time that I have it in the frame, somebody mentions a Tivoli. I've never seen a Tivoli. William Moser, nice to have you back. Nice to have you back. I was talking about it earlier, Bobby Burgess. My USB to serial adapter crashes, so I'm having a hard time having it on global tuners. I'll be there eventually. I'm working on it. Have you ever tried the AOR 400? Nope. Not really, William Moser, because it's cold and there's snow everywhere. So, you know, it's not the best time of year for testing out antennas. That's pretty much what I would say, unfortunately. Lee Burkett says, I have the same problem with my Matsui shortwave gel. I have to connect external speakers. Yeah, it's a known problem. The original ATS 909 from Sangean, which is the DX398 from Radio Shack, all have that problem over time. Is that the speaker coil kind of has problems, and the radio speaker just fails. One of the, I should give it to Fastload so he can fix it for me. He would be happy to open it and fix it for me. But because it's a great radio, and I would like to actually have that speaker changed and fixed so that I could listen to it, because it's a nice radio. The DX398 is which is the, like I said, it's the Sangean. Let me just show you guys a little closer here, which is the Sangean ATS 909X. It is a very, very nice radio, honestly. Nice big radio, and with a very, very nice page system for the memories and tags. You can actually give the names of the stations. So if you put stations in the memory, you can actually use alphanumeric tag and give it a name. So you can say Tirana or WRMI, or you could just program it with every frequency you put in memory, which is kind of cool. And it's nice because I always say how the ATS 909X, the more modern version of it, are a little deaf, and even the modern version is a little deaf. But It might sound bad, but actually it's not, because you can actually put a long wire antenna on this, and it doesn't overload, and then it actually becomes an amazingly good radio. So I've always been happy with that. I still remember when that came out, and this one is the Radio Shack branded. The Radio Shack DX398 was $400. It was expensive back then. They sold it for $399, $400, and it went down in price. I remember to $299. And one day I was going at Radio Shack back then, and they had a sale. And of course, Radio Shack. One of the things we all did at Radio Shack probably, when we spotted something we liked, we always waited for that thing to become on sale, and then we would buy it. So I would do that with all the radios and scanners that I purchased. And one day, it went down from $299 to $149 for a couple of weeks. So when I saw it at $149, I said, okay, I got to get it. And I remember I asked the guy, I said, how long is it going to be at that price? He says, it's ending this Friday. So I thought, okay, Thursday I'm getting my paycheck. I'm getting this radio. And I purchased it for $149. And 2 days after, it was back up at $299. Radio Nut R, nice to have you here. What is your favorite antenna for portable field use? Because I'm going to hit the trails this year and want something to listen to when I stop and rest. You know what? The Chinese MLA30 loop, what is nice is it's easy to put that as a portable antenna. Because at the same time that the metal loop is kind of flimsy and a lot of people don't like that, well, that also at the same time, you can actually kind of fold it in a small circle. And that's actually what they do when they ship it to you. It's like a small circle this big, and then you unflip it and it becomes the bigger loop. And the power adapter, the power box, it has a USB cable that comes with it, so you can actually use a little power bank. You can use like a phone power bank like this one, and it's gonna power it for hours and hours. The loop doesn't take a lot of power, so actually it becomes a very nice portable antenna for the expeditions because of its small size, and it's I'm gonna bring my MLA30 to Perry Island and to whatever place I do some D expeditions. This for sure. I mean, this is gonna be great. It's gonna be a great setup, and it's either that, or if you are in a very quiet place, then the other thing you could do is bring 100 feet of wire and just put that 100 feet of wire in the field somewhere where you know that nobody's going to trip over it. At Perry Island, there's people walking, so what I do is I put the wire in the trees, so people walking or biking are just like they're passing under it without noticing it's there. But honestly, I can see myself with the MLA30 as my main D expedition antenna because it's small and it's easy to bring along with the radios and everything. Mike Stevens, is there an improvement or need to replace the MLA30 feed cable? You know what? I don't think so. Honestly, I'm not convinced it changes everything. I know some of you have done that change, have put, a BNC connector or so on. Honestly, from my own experience here of a noisy environment and the fact that it's outside, coming in inside, I'm not convinced that changing that cable is necessary. Bobby Burgess, yes, the February edition of Spectrum Monitor came out yesterday. Jerry, nice to have you here. Is there some very low level sound under your voice audio? Wondering if you have a white noise soundtrack. It's my radio. I'm listening to a Pyroton 4090. Here, if I switch the volume off, you'll see that I have nothing. It's coming from my SDR. Matt says Radio Guinea sounding nice on 9650 for me. So cool. Let me check. One that I have been having amazing reception lately is Radio Mali. And oh yeah, if it wasn't for 5990, Radio Mali is really, really nice. With French language program right now, 5995 kilohertz. Mali is a really, really good signal. About S7, S8. One of the things I noticed on the RSPDX compared to the RSP1A, the calibration of the S meter seems to be better on the RSPDX. On the RSP1A, I always thought the S meter was underestimating the strength of some signals. You know, most of the radios, the S meter is always kind of too good. It shows stronger than what it is, reality is on a radio signal. The RSP1A I always thought was kind of underestimating the S meter. Well, the RSPDX seems to have fixed that. It seems to have a better calibration of the S meter. Blues Dude put a 30 feet power end fed on his PL660. Worked great. Cool. C. Johnson, sometimes I wonder if I should buy 500 feet of coax and start making SMA cables. Joe Sombranuas, nice to have you here, my friend, from Brazil. Pretty cool. Fist Newt says, I shopped Radio Shack clearance items with employee discount. Cool. That's cool. Tam says, be sure, Joe, you have not lost your humility, sir, and for what we all respect. Thank you. Thank you, man. Steven says, recently made a Poldu 5-band radio kit. Has crystal involved detectors. Lots of fun. Wow, cool. Brent says, I have taken the MLA30 on the D Expedition and it's amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Radio Nut, the MLA30 is a Chinese loop 44. I paid $44 US shipping included on eBay. It is an amazing antenna. Let me see if I can get the link here. eBay. I'll give you my link of where I purchased it, but you can purchase it from other sellers for sure. Let me check it here if I've got more. I need to see last. I need to see what I bought in 2019. Here we go. Okay, 2019. There we go. And this is what I purchased. So this is the MLA30. And it's still being sold. You can still purchase from this guy. And I got it in a week. It was very fast shipping. But not everybody has it in a week, from what I understand. So here's the link to eBay. It's an MLA30. loop antenna. You need to power it with a little power bank or something because it's an amplified magnetic loop antenna. And it's just darn amazing. Jack Black, what's the size of the MLA30 for indoor use? Oh, it's not very big. Honestly, it's for those that are stuck with using an indoor antenna. It is perfect. It's not very big. I don't remember exactly the size. Somebody mentioned the size once. I don't remember it, but it's not very big, honestly. Okay, 26 inches. So thanks, Brent. And I mean, it's really, really a great antenna. Sheldon, take care. Have a great weekend. You also. And see you on Sunday, Sheldon, absolutely. I'll be happy to be there Sunday morning. Radio Week signal work. Nice to have you here. K7LNP in Utah. MLA30 going up this weekend. Cool. Yeah, that works also because, like David says, he's powering his MLA30 by a 12-volt lead-acid battery. The MLA30 works actually from 4 to 14 volts. Yeah, when I see Sheldon and his Seahawks on his Facebook page, is always funny. And of course, I have my nephew that I always see with with his team, which is crazy, and not making it this year. Man. Matt says, may start up on FT8 on 80 meters shortly, even though the sun is still above the horizon. Need Delaware for WAS on that band. Rufus says, mine is still indoors and works great. We'll post picture on Facebook page. Yeah. You put it in a window, Rufus? Did you put it like next to a window or something? Here inside, it didn't work very well. Yeah, I really needed to put it outside for its performance to actually shine. But because it's very, I got tons of computers and stuff running here. Not the best place. But I know a lot of people that have it in their attics or in their homes, and they're happy with performance. It works great. Yeah, next to a window. Cool. Yep. MLA30 is really, really, really a good antenna for sure. Brent uses a power juice to power his MLA30. Works great. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm still amazed. I still am amazed from the day that I actually purchased it. I had already installed my W6LVP loop, which cost me $600, and I found it to be okay. I wasn't super impressed, but it did improve. The W6LVP loop had improved my shortwave reception somewhat. But when I got the MLA30, I'm still amazed. I got it, and I thought, okay, Canadian dollar, it cost me $60. So $600 antenna, $60 antenna. I thought, no way can that be as good as the $600 one. But when I put it outside and I tuned the first 3 or 4 shortwave signals, I understood that I could have saved $600 and buy other stuff with it. But then again, like I always say, I'm happy because you guys have really seen hands-on performance with my videos that compare both of the MLA30 and W6LVP, which gives you hands-on performance test. So pretty cool. David says, the reason is I found the stock MLA30 by ST to be slightly noisy given that it uses an active 5 to 12 volt DC-DC converter circuit. My direct passive YP is noiseless by nature. Okay, so you say that there's less noise if you power it directly with its with a 12 volt. That could be something to try. Maybe I could see a difference. Brent says I have the MLA30 both inside and outside. They both work quite well. And you know what? One of the first things that we talked about when the MLA30 arrived was, yeah, but maybe outside with the winter weather and the rain and the snow, it's not going to be the same. And maybe it's going to be crappy. Maybe it's going to wear out fast. And I said, you know what? Even if going through the winter is a tough one and I need to buy another one, I still can buy one MLA30 every year for 10 years before it costs me the price of the W6LVP. That is why I cannot anymore tell anybody to buy one of those expensive loops, be it a Wellbrook or a W6LVP, because they are too expensive for what they are. Rufus News is always powered by a battery pack for the MLA30. Mark Stevens says, real world testing, hands-on is huge value. We take you out here. Truly enjoy the PL880 even with just long wire. MLA30, my next purchase for it. And that's part of why the channel is here. It's, and that's why I annoy some when I talk about donations, but you know what? The donations, they help me buy some of the stuff that you guys will see me test, and then you can buy it or not. Take care, Chuck Yunkin. It's nice to have you on board. So that's the money. Part of the money goes to that, buying stuff that I test. And that you guys can see in real world testing. And nothing is free. I mean, I apart from a few radios, the ICOM ICR30 that I got. I mean, it wasn't free because I paid $100 taxes, but still, $100 for an ICOM ICR30 is not expensive. I mean, everything that we test, everything that I will try. For the most part, you got to buy it. You got to pay for it. Unless somebody, because some of you give me, the RSPDX from SDR Playing as another example. I got it free. I still had to pay the RSPDX. They asked me for $35 in taxes for it. But, $35 for an RSPDX, it's nothing. But yet, there's always, money involved. You got to buy radios. You got to buy stuff. Nothing is free. You're not getting free. And I will say this over and over again. I mean, I'm happy to have these radios. If they're given to me by the manufacturer, I'll be happy. That's why in some of my videos I did say, well, before you evaluate my review, I'll just want to say that I got it for free. And think what you want to think, because is it impacting on my ability to say what it is? And if there's some bad sides to it, well, I say it. And, I think I'll just be true and say the truth, even if you actually send me a free radio. But, I was looking at one thing. Just look at the RSPDX that I got for free. It's obvious that someone there noticed that, this guy's talking about our devices in a very positive way. And I just looked at the one of the things that I actually, if I look at all of you guys and what the interaction with everybody, what I notice is, first of all, look at the MLA30 loop. There were tons of them sold just because I said it was good. A lot of you have jumped on the MLA30 antenna because you looked at my review, you looked at my tests, and you said, wow, I'm getting one. Because without my tests, there are a lot of you that would probably not have one. You would have said, I don't know. Should I, should I spend $40 or $50? You know, that's also something we got to look. $40 for some people is not a lot, but for some people, it's a hell of an amount of money. We're not all in the same level in what we can purchase and how much money we can spend. It's a hobby, and a hobby is money we spend that is kind of extra. I mean, we pay the rent, we pay the bills, we live, we eat. But spending money for a radio is, well, you gotta like or you gotta be happy with radio. Because, you're spending money on something that is not a necessity. And for some people, even, the link that I shared, $44, or for some people, $44 is a lot of money. And before they'll buy something, they'll want to know, is it working really well or not? Because I'm not sure I want to spend $44 on that. We're not all the same. For some people, $44 is like spending a nickel. It's as crazy as that, and that's life. And that's why a lot of what I do and what I share and what I want to show. Look, I spent 50 Canadian dollars for a Reticus TR-608 crappy radio. I could have spent $50 on something else. But the reason why is a lot of you were looking at the radio and thinking, well, looks nice. Maybe I want to buy one. Well, with my review, that you stay away from it. That, it's, you just can't. Don't purchase that. It's a crappy thing to buy. And you don't want that. And I know that you're happy. You save money. You saved money by not purchasing a crappy radio thanks to my review of it. So, the MLA30. How many of you were maybe starting to think, well, maybe I should get a Walbrook or a W6LV P-loop at, several $100? And saw my review and saw what I thought about it and decided, hey, I'm going to get an MLA30. Seems it's good enough, Seems to be as good as the big guns. And you saved a lot of money. But for that to happen, I had to spend some money on it. I had to spend money purchasing an antenna. I had to spend money, W6LV P-loop. And man, that's a lot of money. $600 for me is a lot of cash. When I got the W6LV P-loop, and that in total with the taxes and everything, $600 is a lot of money. And I purchased it at $600 because I thought one thing. Everybody tells me a magnetic loop antenna is gonna, help me in my listening hobby, and it does. And also at the same time, you think about, well, I'm gonna review it on the channel and everything. I might be annoying at times when I say donations and stuff, but remember, they are helping me out in actually buying stuff that I review that you guys enjoy. And, it's just an overall something that is helpful. So PayPal.me/shortwave. And think about it. How many radios I purchased thanks to your donations that I could review. And, one other thing here is if you don't want to donate money, it's all right. A lot of people don't like that. But you know what? If you say, I will donate a radio to you because I want you to test it and give you, Kevin donated the ICOM ICR30 because he had overloading issues and obviously probably was not super excited with the ICOM ICR30. And one of the things that he had mentioned was, you know what, I'm going to send you this ICOM. You want it? Because I was surprised. Why do you want to depart from an ICOM ICR30? You paid good hard cash for it, and it's not it's an expensive radio. And part of the answer was kind of, well, I want to have your opinion of it, what you think of it. And that also for me is very important. It's very important that you guys can trust my opinion of something. This channel is dedicated to shortwave. It's dedicated to help you out, to make a choice, and a good choice on something. And making a good choice means having an honest opinion on a device, whatever price it is. And I think it's important, because I realize when you do YouTube stuff and you start having a lot of people watching, you realize that everything you say has an impact with the people to watch. And I'm going to tell you one thing, is one of the things I've noticed a lot here is that MLA30s were selling a lot with you guys with my review. And, I'm sure that there are a portion of you guys that were like, I don't know if I should buy that thing. Then you saw my review and it's like, okay, I'm buying one. SDR Play. I was surprised this holiday season with how many of you guys in the chat said, I got an RSP-1A. Because I was like, yeah, you know what? A lot of you guys probably bought one because I'm talking good about it. So, and I want to keep that honest review of everything. So, I'm happy that people send me free radios. But, if you want to send me one, send me the good one. Because, I think if Reticus would have come up to me and says, hey, we want you to review the Reticus TR608, two things would have happened. I would have still said it's the crappiest radio and the weirdest radio I've ever seen. And the second thing is, Reticus would have been mad and would have said, like, the hell with it, we're not going to send him another radio ever again. And honestly, and that for me will be very, very clear. Any company that sends me a radio, I am honest in my opinion, meaning you send me a good radio for free, I'll say it's the best radio in the world. The RSPDX is a great device. If somebody buys one, you're going to be happy. That I can say. Even though they give it to me, it's not because they gave me a free RSPDX that I say that. I stand by my word. But if Reticus would have sent me that thing, well, you know what? The hell with it. If you don't want to send me a radio ever again, I was close to a deal with ICOM at one point. And they backed off because, I'm going to be honest. Well, I don't care. You know what? I'd rather not have a free radio if you can't stand the fact that I can say it's crappy. And, my comment was, well, if you want me to review a radio, send me the good one. Send me one that will be, I'll be happy to talk positive about. And don't send me a crappy one, So on that words, cheers. So Mark Stevens says SDR Play will sell a lot. Whoops. Lost the... So SDR Player will sell loads of those units for the exposure to all of us listening and watching. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me check for... Our Radio Guinea is actually coming in still really well. Absolutely. Pretty good, 9650. David, exactly. Yes, basically what I mean is that is my bias T doesn't use any active components and mixes the RF in whatever DC voltage is applied passively. Laird Nigel Lawrence, nice to have you here from Great Britain. Yeah, today was the Brexit day, eh? It's official now. It's official. 'Cause, you know, Brexit, it's official. 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 it's official. Linux DOS darn network card is still stopping connections. Oh, you got some problems, eh? You got some problems. A bias T, Brent. So how can we explain a bias T? So bias T is a way to connect and inject and mix together some signals. So basically, the device that has a bias T is because you need to power the device for an amplification to happen, but that amplification and the power given to it mixes together to give you trying to find a way to explain it correctly, but it mixes in the RF and the power at the same time in the amplification. So that's pretty much bias T. It's applying power and the amplification circuit and all of that work together, and it's something that mixes in together, the power, the RF, and all of that in the amplification to have. I've got Paul the cat with his paws on my on my leg, saying, "You know what, man? I think I'm a little hungry right now." Yeah, I know. Danny Shortwave, Raider DX, MLA30 is almost on par with my FFJ 1886 loop, which cost me a total of $300. The videos I've posted proves the MLA30 is a pretty good antenna. I can't no longer recommend spending for the MFJ 1886. Like I can't now say to anybody to buy a W6 LVP. Buy an MLA30. Forget it. Don't pay that amount of money for a loop antenna. Not worth it. Radio Week Sinlow says I bought 4 of them because of my efforts. Then Nigel, thank you. What? THEU? Tank EU? Oh man, listen to the X. Yep. So it sends the voltage of the coax to the preamp, and also mixes that in with all the RF. Because the what's happening is the when you power the MLA30, you're sending out, in the coax, power to the amplifier and all of that. I've never tried to win radio, Jack Black. I've seen so many, but they were expensive. And at the time when radios existed, I didn't have really a lot of money to spend on something like that. Steven says, well, buy an MLA30, looks good, and I haven't yet played with mag loops. Glad I tuned in. Cool. Laird Nigel Lawrence says he uses an MLA30 with his Radio Shack DX302 and he's pleased. It is amazing. It's amazing. Oh, man. Matt says, I was just about to put my MLA30 back up, but the post I put it on has some damage. Oh, really? You'll need to fix that. Oh, yeah, the MLA30 is amazing. So bias is simply that it's a kind of a three-way thing. So you got a box that gives power, and it actually sends power to the antenna. And that power to the antenna also will have the RF come back. It's all mixed in together as the amplification goes on. Max S Strong, Pelstar LE30 and Quantum Loop V3 are both amazing desktop active Faraday loop antennas, but only good below 8 megahertz. C. Johnson, how does grounding work with a portable radio? Well, portables are not made to have, are not made to be grounded. Portables have, it's not like a desktop. A big desktop radio has that capability of being grounded. Portables are designed to work on their own without having to have any grounding to them in general. Absolutely, and you know what? Danny Shortwave is right on that. The MLA30 is a fun antenna. Many tweaks and ideas and things you can do with it. You can purchase more than one because you can use one and play with it and change things. You know, the other one I purchased, first thing I'm going to do is try different size loops and all sorts of things when the weather comes in. Because I want to see all of that, honestly. Mike Stevens says, yes, Jill, my RSP DX SDR purchase will come in the coming spring 2020. Or is RSP whatever, yeah. Rufus Newt says, to get my MLE30 outside now, I need some shoes, snowshoes. Up to your knees. Wow. Here we don't have that much the snow. PageMaster Bias T is the 3-port network used to setting the DC bias point of some electronic components. Pretty much, yeah. William Moser, I found something on eBay about radio noise suppressor for shortwave. Do you know anything? There are different ways of suppressing noise. One of them is to so there's passive ways, which is using torids and ferrites and all sorts of things like that will remove some of the noise, hopefully keep some of the RF. But there's also active ways. Like there's one that is a box that looks at the noise around you versus everything else and tries to suppress that noise in a way. There are filters. There are electronic filters. You know. It's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much what my basic explanation was. Pretty much like my radio DXer. It mixes the RF and power amplification together with the power. What else do we have? Take care, Page Master. Mark Stevens says, I've learned a ton of info on the DX hobby listening here most Wednesday and Friday evenings. Cool. Well, it's, we're here for that. And we all have a different knowledge. We all have different knowledge. And it's cool because everybody can add its own knowledge, its own side of knowledge of different things. Oh, let me check that out. Oh, man, it does look like it. Absolutely. The Tivoli. Thanks, Kevin. Send me a picture on Amazon about the Tivoli. Tivoli audio, Bluetooth portable, AM, FM, eyeglass, blue, white. It does look like it, eh? It does look like it, but they're not the same price, I can tell you that. Wow. It is true. Look at that, guys. Everybody's saying that red radio there is a Tivoli. I gotta say, put that red and it looks the same. It looks the same. Man, this is funny. Now I understand why. Linux DOS. A friend of mine has one ICOM. Is it worth the money? She doesn't think so. She has been in shortwave. Well, let's be fair here, okay? I'm talking about the ICR 30. I'm not talking about ICOM radios in general. Okay? One of the things that is important to understand is that ICOM does have some great radios. An example is my ICOM ICR 8500 is a very good radio. It is amazing everywhere. Shortwave, VHF, UHF. It is worth the money I spent on it. Totally. Okay? So there's a lot of transceivers that are actually very popular right now. They're really good. One of the most popular, the ICOM IC 7300, which is one of the most popular ICOM transceivers right now for price versus performance. Amazing device. Everybody's happy with it. ICOM does have some great radios, some great transceivers. You know, the ICOM ICR 75 that's unfortunately now discontinued was an amazing receiver for shortwave radio. Here I was really talking about the ICOM ICR 30 specifically. Bro Weaver, are you having any frozen pipes this year? And what is the best way to remove that icky rubber coating on the new radios? And why do they have this nonsense? No, because it's not been cold enough this year for any water pipe freezing. And I guess this winter is going to be okay for that. It's still early, so we never know. You know, we could have really cold weather in February. But as for the coating on receivers like my Grundig G5, for example, do I have it here? Yep. Just get yourself a bottle of rubbing alcohol. That's what I used on my Grundig G5. That's what I'll use on that thing here that has that rubberized coating also, and it's all gooey, sticky, and disgusting. Just rubbing alcohol and pour it on, a cloth. Don't put it on the radio. Put it on a cloth and rub the radio. And you know what? You'll see that it comes all clean and nice. It takes a little bit of patience, so you just, rub. It doesn't remove any of the... Paul just meowed. I don't know if you guys hear him, but just, slowly rub. And you know what? Your radios are going to have that icky, disgusting finish off. And it's just going to be perfect like that. It's going to be great. And once it's done, it's nice because you remove that coating, so it's not going to come back. And the radio be really, really the radio is going to be like new. It's really, really beautiful. And it's nice because it doesn't remove. One of the things that a lot of people are scared, and I was thinking about it, is it going to remove all the writing on the radio or the device? They put that because I think somebody thought that was kind of a cool finish to have on a radio. They didn't think about the fact that that cool looking finish will eventually be a gooey, annoying, and disgusting thing on your radio after a certain time. R. Walker, have you heard the song Carrier Signal by Electronic Rock Act Soul Extract? It opens with a recording of Hams talking on shortwave. Oh, I'm not. I'm going to check that out. It's like the B-52s with Planet Claire. They have the CFH, Canadian Forces Morse code signal with some shortwave noise when the song starts. What else do we have? Dr. Sisop, why am I getting signals from 65 megahertz to 87.1 on a decent tuner? I can hear local stations bleed through them. Yeah, that's because of there's some strong FM stations probably where you live, so they break through everywhere. Linux DOS, they need to send you a Ethan Elite satellite. Yeah, that would be nice. Would like to know how that shapes up. Nigel Lawrence, is there any DX programs in English on shortwave? A lot. There's the two major ones that I listen to is AWR Wavescan and World of Radio by Glenn Hauser. Let me just. I'm gonna post here the link. Here's the DX program list. Glenn Hauser has one on his website, which is very accurate. So all the DX and media shows that you can listen to on shortwave are here. MT Silver Star 73. Take care, my friend KF7BQ. Terry. And Rufus Newton Learns here and on the Facebook page. Dr. Sisop says, even my ICOM 7300, I hear FM stations bleed through. Wow. You must have some really, really strong FM signals around you. Chuck CP Davis, any Texan PL990 release date rumors? Nope. But they are doing some firmware revisions. So anybody's, everybody is waiting for that. Mickey Delmich says, ICOM IC 7300 is a home run for ICOM. I listen, transmit on this rig. Oh yeah, I know it's the it's kind of it's kind of the perfect price versus performance. Yep, rubbing spray on rubbing alcohol. Absolutely. Victor Sisop uses Gugon. I've seen a few people using Gugon, but this works really well. Take care, Matt. Matt Mbali has been happy with his 7600 solid radio, no problems. Steven says, saving for the ICOM 7300, big upgrade from SDR and the UV5R license booked in. We'll keep you posted. Cool. Rufus says, I'm lucky my G6 has not developed that problem. Yeah, if the G6 has the same finish, eventually it will. Matambali says, fortunately, they stopped using that weird rubberized material some years ago. Yeah, I don't see anything or much on that rubberized finish anymore. It's actually not released in China, Dr. Sisab. The PL990 has had a 300 unit run in China. But it's not released in China more than it is released here. They just released a 300 run of the radio. And that I know. So, because if it was really released in China, we would see it all over eBay. Because somebody somewhere would want to sell it. There's going to be a upgrade because they did say, Texan did say that after that 300 run, which was pre-orders in China, they are going to have some minor upgrades to it. So probably firmware, maybe even electronic upgrades. And then they'll have mass production for the international market. But keep in mind, guys, that the Texan PL990 and H501 are the last high-end receivers Texan will ever make. Okay, they did say that. The president of Texan did say that there will not be any other high-end receivers after that. So all that is left to know is how do these perform? Actually? I love Riffus News. I love Planet Claire. One of my favorite songs from the B-52s. Bro Weaver, the PL990 is a Texan PL990 is a portable receiver, but a big portable receiver, high-end portable receiver that Texan should be releasing soon. Jean-Marc Letts, if I could get my old ICOM R75 with digital signal processing option repaired at a local ICOM certified ham shop, would it be great paired to MLA 30? Absolutely. You probably would have a winner combination there for sure. You know what, Brent? I'll be honest. The Texan PL 880 is a nice looking radio and everything. I don't think it's a upgrade to the PL 660. I don't think that it's worth it to go from that to an 880. I don't think you'll have better performance or anything. Now, that said, they're both great radios. But I don't think you would have an upgrade. If you want a PL 880, go for it for the fact that you want to have an 880. But not expecting to have really better performance. I don't think that it's much better than the 660 or enough that it warrants you to purchase it. But like I said, they are both great radios. Rufus Dune, my G6 is a Buzz Aldrin edition. I do think the finish is different. Yeah, maybe it's not rubberized. If it's just plasticky feel, it's not rubberized. Rubberized, when you if you take a G6, Rufus, does it feel like it's kind of it's rubber, or does it feel like it's plastic? If it feels plastic, it doesn't have it. Because humidity and use over time, and using it in your hands, if it's rubbery, it's going to become disgusting at some point. Mark Stevens just purchased his Texan PL880. Loves it a lot. Cool. It is a great radio. It's just that compared to the 660, it's really not that much of an upgrade. It's just a new radio. Bro Weaver, need shortwave radios when cities in China get quarantined for that virus and only government telling you stuff. We need shortwave. Absolutely. Mark Stevens says, I read and heard much the same. I decided mostly because of the audio. Mark Stevens, Joe, do you use or listen in your Yaesu FT450 very often? I understand it's a full HF transceiver. Yeah, from time to time I do tune in. I need to use it more, honestly. I need to use it more. Linux DOS, in my opinion, what should they improve on a PL660? I'll talk about the PL680 because it's a little cousin that I have here. From what I've seen, they're pretty much the same. I would probably improve the front end a little bit so that it can withstand the FM breakthrough a little more. I would also improve on the fact that it should probably be a little better in being capable of like putting a wire antenna on it and not overloading because the Texan receivers have one big problem, and it's the fact that they overload easily if you put an outboard wire. So, I think there is some work to be done to help here. But Dr. Sisop, we were talking about environment, and you're telling me that your high-end radios bleed FM. So it's normal that the 660 FM bleeds on airband because you seem to be in a very, very, FM breakthrough problem environment like here in Montreal I have on my radios. Oh, it looks great. The PL880 has a cool look to it, honestly. That's for sure. Joseph Daniel says, I'm a bit upset with my Texan 600 portable. It's power hungry and a bit big in compared to the XH data to carry when I go to a trip. It is a little heavier and bigger. It's not that power hungry because I use one. I've had one for a long time. But you got to remember one thing. The XH data uses a lithium-ion battery that has more milliamp per hour capability. So it's difficult to compare. But my Texan PL 600, I can't say it's more power hungry than other radios that I use. I don't know. My complaint to the Texan PL 600 would be that its audio is very harsh. So you got to do that mod to make it better. Yeah, the 880 is a signal to noise ratio. A lot of radios do that today. They have signal to noise ratio rather than a bar. But honestly, you know what? Okay, one rant I will have on all the I will have on all the Texan receivers is that bar meter is pretty much useless because it's always maxed out. I mean, the signal is going to be just average and it's going to be maxed. Yeah, it's not giving an accurate read. So it's kind of useless to have that if it doesn't... the signal to noise ratio, when you start using it and understanding a little more about it, is actually a much more accurate measure of your signal level than the bar graph that is always maxed out because, I don't know, it's not very accurate there. I saw somebody. Did I see somebody mention something about? I just want to see here. I thought I saw a comment. Yeah. I saw something, but okay. I guess I just... If the S meter or the bar graph would be accurate, it's nice to have one. But I'd rather have the signal to noise ratio thing than having the a bar graph that's always maxed out. David says, I'd say the pressure from cheaper DSP radios is too intense for Texan superhead models to sell as they used to. And you know what? I think also it's the fact that I think, Texan is one of the biggest sellers of shortwave radios in the world. It's obvious. What it tells me is maybe shortwave, even in China, is starting to sell less than before. And money is always what's driving sales. If it's, we all do the same thing. We all want to buy the cheapest radio possible. That works well. And I think that is hitting hard probably also on higher end radios that cost more. Who wants to buy a $300 radio today? No one. We all want to buy that $70 or $80 radio that does really everything right. Like the XH Data D808, Which of the Texan PL receivers is the best SSB? I know that the 880 has good SSB and is accurate because it's very, it has a fine tune that helps a lot. Apart from that, any Texan that has separate upper lower sideband. My PL 680 is not bad, but it's not perfect. It has low audio on SSB, but it's good. Bro Weaver says the Radio Shack DX399 has a bar, and if the bar is maxed out, you turn down RF gain, and the bar is useful. No, it's not. I don't agree. You know why? Because you're turning the RF gain down. You're also making the receiver less sensitive. You shouldn't be playing with the RF gain. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be something you play with. If you have an RF gain button, that's because your radio has flaws and can't cope with everything that's too strong. And it's not useful because you want a useful signal level with the maximum sensitivity of the radio. Look at desktop receivers with the good old analog S meter when they're accurate. You don't need to turn down anything. It gives you a signal level. Look, I'm looking at my RSPDX right now. I'm listening to, there's Voice of Vietnam in English, 7315 right now. It just started its program via WHRI. It's at S9 plus 40 on the S meter. I don't need to turn on RF gain or anything for that measure. You don't need to play with RF gain because if you play with the RF gain, it's not useful. It doesn't give you any useful information if you're playing down with the RF gain. You want to have, actually bar graph has always been a big flaw in a lot of portable radios. Bar graphs don't really give you an idea of much. I still love the good old S meter, analog S meter, for its information of what it is. And that's why I would say that even though you might not like it, the signal to noise ratio numbers of modern receivers is actually more accurate in information. Madrid DXer says, I found a signal meter on recent portable radios not very accurate because it also takes in background noise. Signal to noise ratio I find better, but that's in my opinion. Yeah, because it has a mix of information. Brent says, it's interesting about Texan radios. I hooked up a 700 meter guardrail to the 660 and had amazing reception with little or no overload. But you know what? It depends on where you did that and how you did it. Here I suspect that my biggest overload on the Texan receivers is because my medium wave, very strong medium wave stations. Max S. Strong says 880 is not an intuitive radio. So, Nicholas Heyer, nice to have you here. Thank you, Nick K9XN. Yeah, they all use the same chip. Absolutely. It's what surrounds the chip that helps it perform better or not. But they all use the Silicon Labs chip. It's the cheapest way to go now for a radio. Absolutely. Mark Stevens, not sure I agree, Joel, about cheapest radio. I want one that will keep doing great for years to come. I need to save a while. Yes, I understand with that, Mark Stevens. But the XH Data D808 will work for years to come. What I mean by cheap is that, yes, there's quality and there's a minimum to play for a minimum to pay for a minimum of quality. So there's cheap, cheap, and cheap. The the XH Data D808 in today's technology world, using a chip which is a silicon integrated radio chip, is actually not cheap. It's still $80 to $100. It cheap today is a radio that's $40. So what I mean by that is that there's a price to pay, a minimum price to pay, absolutely, to have something that's good. But for a lot of us, the price point is important. And we gotta understand that we live. Why is China so manufacturing so amazing today? It exactly tells us one thing: we all want to pay the cheapest price possible for something. That's why China is running full spin in manufacturing. An XH Data D808 made in the USA or in Canada would cost $500. And you know what? We wouldn't talk about it, because we'd all say, oh, man, $500 for that thing. And that is the reality of today. And it's the reality that a lot of people, I see it in the channel here. Because, I agree. I understand what you're saying. And, I got a $2,000 ICOM and all of that. But you know what? I have $70, $60, $70, and $80 portables that are now 7, 8, 9 years old. They still work great and are going to be okay for years to come. But we live in a world, and I see it on the channel all the time, where a lot of people looking at my videos want to have what's the best that I can have for the cheapest price possible. And that is what I see a lot right now. Madrid DXer D808 is great radio for cheap price, so maybe Texan are looking and saying we can't compete if these radios are coming to the market cheaper than us and still have great performance. That's possible. Joe Samblanu asks, I did not mod my PL600 to improve quality, but I understand that it's quite an easy thing to do. I think it's just a resistor you have to put to make the sound of the PL660 better. Linus thoughts: my Ethon Grundig satellite would power off when I tuned a loud station. It was also blasting and wide open due to the broken volume issue. It has analog signal, but it isn't easy to see. Bro Weaver, thanks Joe about RF gain. Yep, I agree. I'm using it wrong. Yeah, but that's the thing. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be lowering the RF gain on any radio. It is, Jean-Marc Letts, 9650 Radio Guinea, signed off at 2359. Linux DOS S-meter is the best. Yeah, S-meters are nice. Nerdy Grey Fox, salut Emile de Quebec. What antenna in your antenna garden do you use the most for testing your radios before a review? So, you know what? For portable receivers, I will keep the radio at its basics of portable use. So any portable radio, I will actually give the radio a run on its own telescopic antenna, because that's what it's designed to have. If they give in the box a wire or an antenna that you can plug in on it, I will test it with that wire, because it comes in with it, and that's how it's actually sold. And the review will come out with that performance. I'll have an added comment possibly of, well, if you plug in a outdoor antenna to it, this is what might happen. So we'll put it like that. Now, on a higher end radio, or a radio that is designed to be used with an outdoor antenna, then right now my favorite antenna for the testing is my MLA30 amplified magnetic loop antenna, because it's the lowest noise antenna I have got. It works well, it receives well, and if the radio for any reason, overloads, well, it's not really designed good. Mark Stevens says, my appeal of the PL880 and the quality of its chassis, quality knobs, tuning, speaker. It is nice. It is nice. Dave Todd, I live in the headphones because my wife doesn't share the passion. Yeah, for a lot of people, we live in headphones because not a lot of people want to, Would it be nice if some of these radios had Bluetooth for headphone connection? What you could do, Dave, you could go on eBay and purchase a Bluetooth thing. They sell these Bluetooth dongles that you put in so you just put it in the headphone jack of your radio and use your Bluetooth headphones. It's very cheap too. It's not very expensive to have one of those. Bro Weaver, what do I think of the H501? Not a lot, because we don't really know a lot of we don't know a lot about them in the performance. Dr. Sisop, China is junk. It's not, and that's the problem. You know what? China makes as good, if not better, stuff than here. And that is a false way of thinking. Chinese does amazing stuff. When a lot of people fall on because you bought that $5 thing that's cheap. Look at that Chinese junk. If you buy a $5 thing from the USA, it's Chinese US junk. If you buy a $5 thing in Canada, made in Canada, you're buying that Canadian junk. But all said, I am sorry, China beats the hell out of everybody right now. And that, everybody needs to notice and understand that. Why does ICOM make radios in China? Why does big companies make their stuff in China? Because there's quality control possibility. And the Chinese are the winners of the world in how they can actually handle a plant and give you all you need. If China was junk, you would not have a MacBook Pro that's $2,000 made in China. And it's not made by Apple. It's made by Foxconn, a Chinese company. So, that's the kind of thing that I don't agree at all. When people say, oh, Chinese junk. Yeah, there's junk in China. Of course there's junk in China. There's junk in the US. There's junk in Canada. There's junk made in the European Union. The thing is, they are at the top of what they are right now, and they're going to get better. And I can tell you that. The problem is, and that's where we should actually be wary of it, is that maybe the employees and the people there are not being paid what they should be paid for what they're doing. And that's why we got stuff coming from China. Jerry DX is anxious for the coronavirus to be over so Chinese can work on my new Texan portables. Yeah, tariffs have, that trade war is not helping us, for sure. Shelly, I need a magnifying glass to read the paper sent along with my XH data. I can hardly read it. Go to, you know what, Shelly? I understand that. And it's not just the XH data that's a problem with that. It's almost everything we buy today. The print is so small. Go online. Type XH data PDF manual. XH data PDF manual. You'll be able to read it on your computer screen and actually make it bigger. Brand says, thanks for your worldwide discussion. Your knowledge and experience is appreciated. Thank you. Callum, a lot of interesting things. Everything's happening at once. It's possible that a Bluetooth module could actually add noise. That's totally true. Kevin, 4 hours and counting. Like my homeboy Bruce Springsteen. Great show. I love Bruce Springsteen. I've been a big fan of Bruce Springsteen. Nicholas Heyer says tariffs aren't affecting radio prices that much right now. You can still get a Texan PL 880 for $159 on Amazon. Really nice shortwave radio. But I'm sorry, China is actually kicking everybody, every country in the world in the ass with their manufacturing right now. And, it, of course, has a lot to do with prices that are very low on the cheap labor that they get over there. But they are right now top of the game. Like, Canada and U.S. had manufacturing, and we once, some time ago, we were top of the game. We're not anymore. We're somewhere else. And China is the provider of all the stuff we buy today. It's the way it works. I remember in the 80s. You guys remember in the 80s who was the top in the world for stuff in the 80s? So we had Japan, but who were the ones we'd see the most when we bought radios and stuff? Taiwan and South Korea. Hey, we don't see stuff from Taiwan or South Korea anymore, pretty much. Japan, we don't have a lot on Japan. Most of what's manufactured, even the Japanese know that you want to manufacture something, let's make it in China. We'll design the phrase that we see all the time now. Designed in Canada or designed in the USA. Yeah, but manufactured in China. We all would prefer, like Mark Stevens says, we all would prefer that things would be built around us. I think we all understand that. We would like to have, that radio built in the U.S. or in Canada, but unfortunately, that's not what's happening anymore. So. Well, I can tell you one thing, Dr. Sisop. Cold Soldier Joints is not just Chinese. He was also in Japan with a lot of stuff, in Taiwan with a lot of stuff. It's not worse in China than it was manufactured elsewhere. Where it's changed, where it's changed? It's that we had a period of time, because in the past, there was a greater link and a greater look into the quality of stuff. And now it's a little more quicker in the way that things are manufactured. And sometimes that doesn't mean it's the best way to go. Nicholas Ayer says there is junk and good built stuff everywhere. You cannot really generalize about that anymore. Absolutely. Absolutely. On Popcom says previously owned Sony ICF 2010 and the Texan PL 880 measures up. It's not junk. Absolutely. Dr. Saab, good point on that, but if they lift the tariffs on Chinese products, then maybe. Tariffs are not that bad right now, honestly. Yeah, they rise the prices of stuff, but, Yeah, like David says, Chinese manufacturers, like those of any other country, manufacture according to requirements. If the budget provided is big enough, they make quality stuff. Absolutely. No problem, Shelly. It's that's what I do because I have bad eyesight, and even with glasses, I download the manuals on the computer or on my tablet, and then you can actually zoom in and read them better. J. Watson 69. Do you and Paul have emergency supplies set aside in case a virus gets seriously out of control? Not really. Honestly, I'm not overly concerned by that. One of the things that I do is, of course, I watch closely the news and everything. But you know what? What I look is at the ratio of people that got the virus versus who dies. Right now, that ratio isn't higher than the influenza, the regular flu that we get. So you know what that means? That if it spreads everywhere, okay, a lot of us are going to be sick, but we'll get over it. It's not like, I would be much more scared of the Ebola virus getting everywhere. That's a crazy virus with a very high percentage of people that die. So we gotta take things in perspective. But that also means we gotta just be careful because one day there will be a virus that's gonna show up, and it's gonna be a bad stuff, and we need to know, and we need to see what's gonna happen. Wendell Daniels, the U.S. taught the Chinese about technology long ago. The Chinese then learned these technologies, proved on them. Now the Chinese lead the U.S. as far as technologies go. Nice to have you here, Wendell. But we got to be careful not to generalize that China is junk, because it's not like that anymore. Take care, Michael Pretzel. Jerry, who makes the best cars? It isn't China, maybe Japan or Germany, if you don't include maintenance costs. You know what? Why it's like that? Because the auto manufacturing has a very big grab on the jobs. I see it here in Canada on how important the manufacturing is for cars. But honestly, Jerry, if they make a good car in China that costs half the price of the good car here, I will not be the one that's going to think that I might have to buy Canadian or whatever. I'll think of my own, the money I save in my pocket. What's happening with the cars is that the manufacturing is very, very controlled onto the countries where they are. That's why China is not making cars really a lot. It's kind of it's a cartel of auto manufacturers that are protecting jobs and governments that are protecting the jobs here. How many billions of dollars did the U.S. and Canadian government put in the car industry to make sure that it stays here? That is why the cars are made in U.S. or Canada or in Europe, like, in Germany. The question of the quality of these cars has not much honestly, it doesn't have much to do today that it's because it's made in Germany or in the US or whatever. It's just that manufacturers have a standard of quality, and German manufacturers keep that standard of quality. Take all the money that they invest there, make a car plant in China with the same amount of money, you'll see that China will make the best darn quality car. It's really a question of amount of money spent and quality control of a place. It doesn't have that much to do, honestly. When we give a country they are the best at making that. That's because they have decided to pay and maintain a standard of quality. It's not that much because it comes from there. It's more of that standard of quality. Of course, it gives a name to the country. You know, we all know over the years, we all hear about how German manufacturing is great and how the quality control is fantastic. And that's cool. But what I am saying here is take that same package, make it in China, and you'll have, then you know what? In 50 years, everybody will say, man, the best darn cars are made in China. It all goes together, you know. But there's protectionism and jobs and stuff. You know, the car industry is a big industry. It's a very well-paid industry. I mean, the people that work in the plants, even here, we see it a lot here. I mean, when there's a car plant, GM or whatever shutting down, we all hear about it. It's huge because it's high-paying jobs. And there's a lot of protection to keep the jobs. That's the thing that's keeping those. Because honestly, if there wouldn't be that protection, that way of governments trying to keep the jobs and paying billions of dollars for it, you know what? A lot of people would be driving Chinese cars. And don't forget, that German car has a lot of Chinese parts in it. Bro Weaver, what happened to Sanjian? I know Sony is out, but now it's all about Texan. Where is Sanjian? Sanjian still exists. They still make a couple of shortwave radios. The ATS 505, 404 are still being made. But Sanjian is positioning itself in a very different market, the internet radio market. They are producing high-end internet radios. And we're seeing more and more of them. I got one here, the WFR20, which is very nice and has an amazing audio quality. Callum just realized that I'm sat at the other side of the room. But Sanjian is still there. Or Walker, guitar's a good example. Look, how many people just I have a Fender Stratocaster guitar. How many people decided that they want to have the US made one? And you know what, when they started making the Mexican Fender, a lot of people said, oh no, these are going to be cheap Fenders. Well, you know what, today a lot of experts look at the Mexican Fenders and going to say, well, you know what, they're darn good. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, Nicholas, absolutely. Cheap labor is why it's made in China, that's for sure. Yeah, Japanese used to be junk at one point. Absolutely. Japanese used to be junk at some point. For sure. Nerdy Gray Fox, a nation that has 23,000 individual characters to express themselves mean that they have a nuance that we don't know about. So to me, it means respect, and I love what they do. Yeah, absolutely. Let's just be, François Gagnon, can you read out loud the recette de l'amitié sign on my wall? So, it's in French, of course, but if I say it in English, it's so this is one of my best friends that Caroline that gave me this. So it says the ingredients for friendship, for the best friendship: 1 pint of confidence, 2 spoons of secrets, 1 cup of affection, 1 pinch of respect, 2 pounds of common interests, 3 spoons of listening, And one bag of pleasure is a recipe for friendship. Mark Stevens, places like this live show weed out the junk from the worth buying stuff. Yep, absolutely. I mean, come on, the MLA 30. Huh? Imagine the MLA 30. Come on. That is a pretty decent thing for the price. Mickey Dalmich says the issue back in the 80s was employees in Canada and the US said, there is no way I could get out of bed making $20 an hour, and upset. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the living standards here are expensive. It's expensive to live in North America. It's expensive to live in a big chunk of Europe, you know? Gustavo Printo is catching U.S. time signal at 10 megahertz in southern Brazil. Male voice from Colorado. Cool. No, the flu actually kills more than that, Flying Moose. The flu actually is... there was an expert the other day talking about that. The influenza kills approximately from 1.5 to 3% of people, depending on where it hits. It's a much bigger killer than 0.1%. Steven says precision and repeatability are not Chinese. Japan and South Korea and even US are good. Don't agree. China can just give it the money and the plants. I mean, if it did not have quality or precision, China would not be where it is. You know, China is not just running on the fact that it has cheap stuff. It's running on the fact that there's a lot of the stuff that's quality enough that it's good. Danny Shortwave, yeah. A lot of the unions, it's true that unions, unions can help, but they also did kill a lot of the stuff, It's crazy. Yeah, that's for sure. And Carl Walker says, corporate greed. For sure. Danny Shortwave, Rated EX, left cheap Chinese. Sorry, not paying through the nose for Seacrane. Same thing. I'm happy with an MLA 30 at $44. I'm not buying another W6 LVP at 600. Sorry, not worth it. And of course, the competition is, everybody wants to keep their own things, and it's crazy, That's where everybody's getting, and even that discussion we're having right now it's kind of a tough and very touchy subject because, and I'm trying to maneuver and say it in ways not to be hurtful to anybody, because we all want stuff to be built where we are, and we all want stuff to be like it was in the past. But we've got to stop thinking that, they're making junk and they're making. No, I'm sorry. They're making darn good things, and as good, if not better than us. Okay? And I can accept that. I mean, it was known that Canadian manufacturing was, in general, pretty good when it was existing. But you know what? I accept and understand that with the right circumstances, Chinese manufacturing is as good, if not better, and kicking our butt. It's life. We got to accept that it happens. We got to accept that a country can beat our ass, and that's it. That's competition. That's the way things work. It's the way life goes. But every country and every place has its positive and strength to keep stuff going. And so that's the way it is. And our economies are transforming. I mean, the Canadian and the U.S. economy is different. And honestly, there's another side that I've often said to people around me is when people tell me, well, that isn't made here anymore. Yeah, but these were, minimum wage jobs. Really? You want to have people working minimum wage? The hell with it. Go to China. Make it there. Okay. We don't need the cheap labor here. We have other things going. I mean, Canadian and here the province of Quebec and the Canadian economy has never gone it's going like full spin. It's just crazy. Like in the US. I mean, the loss of these jobs is not creating a problem here. We're getting our stuff, and the jobs here are different, and it's something else that's happening, But it's crazy, Kevin listening on his compact Sangean DT400W. R. Walker, I have a vintage guitar. It's a BC Rich Mockingbird. NJ stands for Nagoya, Japan. Yeah, they were considered inferior in the 80s, but today they are considered the best. Yeah. And it's all a question of time, Absolutely. Jerry says, when I was in Montreal, everyone spoke French. Do you speak French or English in everyday language? I appreciate you speak English for this live stream. That way I can understand. My regular life is mostly in French at home here and with my friends. My English life is online. YouTube, YouTube shows and videos. But most of my week will be French spoken with all the people around me. I mean, my native language is French. And I mean, like David says, but even worse than that. I mean, look at all, the iPhone is made in China. And my Galaxy S9 is made in China. Even the outside manufacturers, Samsung and Apple, are making their stuff in China. Yeah, propagation is absolutely amazing, R. Walker. Absolutely. And it is tonight. Seems to be pretty good also. Any interesting or new utility broadcast on shortwave that anyone knows about? I like monitoring those. Go around the bands. There's a lot of stuff to listen to and check out. Check the eibispace.de list of frequencies by hour, but look at the frequency list also by frequency. There's a lot of utility that is logged in the list with times in there. Danny Shortwave, it's a Panasonic boombox. It's a Panasonic. It was my mom's boombox before she died. And I had given that to her as a Christmas gift 20 years ago. Still works great and plays tapes. It's a Panasonic one. Everything from Samsung, Dr. Sisop, is made in China. Almost nothing is made in Korea. Bien sûr que je parle le franglais, Jerry. Yeah, but that was 20 years ago, Dr. Sisop. Today, you know what? They would make it in China. Today, Panasonic would just make it in China. You know, we gotta just, we just gotta, be, yeah, but all the internals, Dr. Sisop, are made in China. That phone, made in Korea, it says assembled in Korea. Want to bet? Look at it really, really well. It's not said, it doesn't say made in Korea. It says assembled in Korea. All the rest is done at Foxconn. Foxconn does everything. Foxconn makes 90% of all the electronics, TV, phones, everything. I can tell you that. And I can tell you that Samsung manufactures almost everything in China. So, with that said, 3 hours and what? No, 4 hours. What? How long? Man, I'm forgetting how long it is. 4 hours and 39 minutes. Really? 4 hours and 40 minutes. I never thought I'd do this today with my little kind of flu thing here going. So it's nice to have you guys on board. It was a nice discussion that we had. And always nice to have you on board, my friends. And but even Samsung, Dr. Sisop has been in China. Quebec Winter Carnival. I've never gone to the Carnaval de Quebec. Never. I need to do that one day. I've never been there, ever. So take care, my friends. It was nice to have you on board. And once again, paypal.me/shortwave if you like what I do. And always nice to have everybody on board. Don't forget, if you want to help me out, donations are appreciated. And thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it's the alcohol, Brian. Radio is what the doctor ordered. Yeah, probably. Oh, man. Patreon.com/radio and computers. And it's nice to have everybody here. Always nice to have these discussions. And it's fine that we all don't agree. Because if we all agreed at the same thing all the time, we would be a very boring world, honestly. And I always respect everybody's opinion. I always respect everything. And nice to have you on board, everybody. Don't forget, we are online twice a week. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, 0 hours Universal Time. We are on Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, 20 UTC. Take care, my friends. Stay safe. And hope to see you soon. Okay? Take care now. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.